The council will be recording this meeting, and the recording will be made available after the meeting. Proceedings are also being live streamed on YouTube. Please bear in mind, if your microphone and camera is on, then you'll be heard and seen as part of that live stream. As I say, I should be chairing this evening's meeting, and we're holding this remotely because of the crisis that we are in, and the government has instructed us not to meet in person. Our procedures, we try and replicate the normal meeting procedures. The virtual meeting technology has a chat function. We almost certainly won't be using it. I won't be looking at it. It's only to communicate with the IT officer that's here. And if there's abuse of that chat function, I'm told to that you'll be removed ultimately if you abuse it too much. So that I can manage this, if you can switch your camera off if you're not part of this particular, so as we're coming to the new era estate item, if you're not involved in that, and I've called out all the names that are, please switch your camera off. When your camera is turned on during the meeting, ensure that you're visible to other participants. So if you're going out of the room, and members can't do that until about 8:30, switch your camera off. So microphones should be generally switched off, please, so we don't get background noise, and only one person speak at a time, please. If any person disrupts the meeting, we do have the capability of removing you after a couple of warnings. And the officers watching over those will do that for us. In the event of an internet outage, then the meeting will be adjourned, and we'll try and start it up again the best we can, but keep your fingers crossed. Can I introduce members of the committee? I'll just ask them to go through themselves. So Councillor Hanson, if you could say hello.
Good evening.
Councillor Fajana Thomas. Councillor Thomas. Can you hear me, Councillor Thomas? Susan?
She was there a moment ago, but
she's there. I can see a picture, but I can't hear from her. Councillor Levy.
Yes, good evening, Chair. Good evening.
Councillor Snell.
Good evening.
Councillor Potter.
Good evening.
Councillor Race.
Good evening, Chair.
And Councillor Lynch.
Good evening.
Your first planning subcommittee, welcome. So, how can we communicate with Susan?
Hi, Chair. I'm
here.
here.
Good. You had a bit
Good
of problems,
evening.
but well done for getting in. So that's all of us as members. I normally have our head of planning to my left and our legal advisor Christine to my right, but they're here, I can see, and Gareth, who some of you will have talked to, he's up on the top left. Good position for Gareth. There are planning, design, transport, housing, and a viability officer here to help us as well. Before moving on to the agenda, I'll take a couple of minutes to explain how the meeting will proceed. We'll hear each application summarised by the officers, a 5-minute statement from the objectors, and a 5-minute statement from the applicant. Members will be free then to ask questions. A change from previous times is the issue of lobbying. I shall be declaring lobbying material or other approaches that have been made to me by objectors and applicants. I hope other members, in the spirit of transparency, will consider doing this themselves. But of course, they don't have to. It's my role as chair to make sure members have all the information they need to make a decision. Objectors and applicants have their say, and that the meeting runs properly. I'll not be taking any contributions from the floor. This is a meeting in public, not a public meeting. You must have given notice to the Government Services Officer before the meeting by registering to speak. Objectors and applicants, have, as I've said, will have strictly 5 minutes. You need to divide that time amongst yourselves, and I hope that's been facilitated by Gareth. And I will give you a warning when there's 1 minute left. Members are representing the interests of the community and must remain open-minded when considering the application before us. Members are not representing either their wards nor their political parties. We make our decisions on the basis of any site visits we've made, what we've read in the reports, and of course what we hear this evening. We must only take account of policies adopted by this council, other material planning policies and material planning considerations. Members making the decision could not have allowed themselves to prejudge any application prior to the meeting. Similarly, if they have any interest in the application side, all the people involved, they should declare that interest and may remove themselves from the decision in any item of business that would normally require them to leave the room. They must also leave the remote meeting. I don't think that's applicable this evening. When we've finished our deliberations, we'll vote on the recommendation, and I'll describe the voting procedure at the time. When the decision is made, that's end of the matter for the committee, and the applicant may appeal our decision to the Secretary of State. Objectors may seek legal redress and advise you to seek professional advice in each case. I've asked members to introduce themselves, and I think we're all in play this evening. Councillor Bell's apologised. And the attendance of members is being recorded, and we'll now move to the agenda. Thank you. So, apologies for absence.
Councillor Bell, which you've alluded to a moment ago, and also, of course, Councillor Joseph.
Councillor Joseph, yes, okay. Declarations of interest. So this is a bit of a different process. The presumption before is that you won't have been lobbied, but we don't really know now whether you've received anything or been out to dinners or what have you, like Mr. Jenrick has got himself into such a mess. I just have to say that I haven't been lobbied on any item this evening in any way at all. I don't know if anybody else wants to declare an interest. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Councillor Stobbs. As you know, item 5, which is the New Era Estate, is in my ward. I have, previous to being on the planning committee, attended a meeting and exhibition with Dolphin Living. I've sought resident views as part of my ongoing canvassing work as local councillor. I've inquired as to timelines for the development, and I've been copied into both Councillor Adams' statement that should be in the pack, I believe, and I had a briefing sent to my email from Dolphin Living yesterday. I have set out to legal officers and yourself. Don't believe that I've prejudged anything in this case. So on that basis, and with your agreement with the legal officers agreement, I'm going to participate in item 5.
Thank you. I can see Chris ahead, so thank you very much. Anybody else? Councillor Fajana Thomas?
Hi, Chair. Just to declare, I've not been lobbied, but I've received a letter from the Chief Executive of New Dolphin, whatever, the organization that manages New Era Estate. I don't know how this new regime works. Do we need to declare things like that?
You don't need to, but
Okay.
I would suggest you should do. I didn't know anything about a letter from Dolphin Estate. That's interesting to me. Okay, thank you.
I've had the same letter, Chair.
Okay, Katie. Anybody else?
I've also had the same as well.
Okay. Councillor Lynch.
Chair, just to confirm, I've also received the letter from the CEO of Dolphin Living in regards to item 5.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll hear what was in it this later on. Anybody else?
When I first come, I've missed it on my in tray, so I haven't. I don't know. No, I'm not aware I've received it.
Okay. And thank you very much. I think that's all of it. Councillor Levy, do you want to tell us what you've been up to?
Well, only as much that I'm I'm same as Peter here. I'm afraid that I may very well have missed it.
Okay.
So, just as well, I think.
Okay. Thank you. That was interesting in itself. Right.
Councillor Potter, Chair, has raised her hand several times.
Yeah,
I was also just going to say that I, like other members, received the email communication from Emma Gribble as well.
Okay.
The objector for item 7.
Thank you. Okay, any more? No? Okay, so the minutes, I'm going to push them to the back and because I've just got to sort of flick through them a bit and make sure I'm comfortable with them, because honestly I forgot this evening, so apologies for that. So we'll go straight on to New Era, if we can. That's item 5. Oh, just one more thing to say, that the Evering Road scheme has been withdrawn again. I think that's for more details, Natalie.
Hello, Chair. Yes, that's correct. So it's been withdrawn on request of the agents as they want to submit some further revised details.
Thank you. Okay, so over to Stephen then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will bring up the presentation now. Okay, can everybody view the presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll begin. So yeah, item 5, New Era Estates. This is the application site in red. So it's just off on the east side of Whitmore Road. Colville Estate on the opposite side of the road to the west. You've got the Regent's Canal a bit further up to the north. Shoreditch Park to the south. The existing buildings on the site comprise a sort of 4-story perimeter block with a block in the middle of the of that. 96 residential units. The whole estate has historically been rented out as sort of a form of affordable housing below market rent levels, although there is no sort of legal requirement for that to happen. The site has been acquired by the applicant, Dolphin Living, is a registered affordable housing provider. They've acquired the site from previous owners who were considering increasing the rent levels for the existing tenants to kind of market rent levels, and you may have sort of seen that in the press previously. Now we have some views around the site. So this is the view, Whitmore Road. You've got the site sort of ahead there. Retail units on ground floor occupied by a range of businesses. View along 56. A view along Alderman Road, number 56, Alderman Road to the left, and the application site to the right. And then another view looking north. Along Whitmore Road, Norris House, part of the Colville Estate, is on the opposite side to the left. View of Phillip Street with the site on the left, and then a view within the estate. So currently, the existing buildings are in a poor condition. They've been poorly maintained over the years, and you can see the sort of communal spaces within the development are used for informal car parking. There is no kind of soft landscaping or any amenity space within the perimeter block. Another view internally, that's the rear of the retail units facing Whitmore Road, and then a view south along Halcombe Street, the Comet Nursery on the left, and the amenity space in connection with that, and then the estate on the right, New Era Estate on the right. And then a view corner of Orsman Road and Halcombe Street. So you've got Stag's Head Pub here, Grade 2 listed building as noted in the committee report, and then the New Era Estate ahead. These are the application proposals. So following public consultation with existing residents, the applicants have pursued a redevelopment option with 199 new residential units, new retail floor space on the ground floor facing Whitmore Road, and it's all arranged in a kind of perimeter block form of development with a courtyard within the middle, ranging in height from 3 to 14 stories. The existing tenants will be provided with a rebuild agreement, allowing them to return. This is a commitment by the applicant to allow them to return to the estate when it's been redeveloped to a flat within the new development with the same number of bedrooms and the same rent as prior to redevelopment. In terms of the sort of mix of tenures across the site, it's a build to rent development, so the developer will be retaining the control of the whole development in the longer term, renting out all the units on the estate. 47 of those will be at a discount market rent, and 21 units will be London living rent levels, which is a further sort of discount compared to the market rent. And then the remainder of the units, 131 units, will be rented at market rent levels. The viability, the whole sort of mix of tenure types proposed to be subject to viability review, and with consultants appointed on behalf of the council, and all the information in relation to that is publicly available in unredacted form, which shows that this is the maximum kind of amount of affordable housing that's viable as part of the development. Just moving up to the upper, this is first floor layout, so you can see residential on upper floors, the sort of entrance on the south there from Phillip Street into the courtyard, and then moving up to this is 6th floor level, so you can see the different building heights across the site to kind of mitigate the apparent mass of the development. So Whitmore Road still present at 6th floor level, but some areas not rising to that same height. And then you've got the taller element here. This is 9th to 13th floor. So there's a taller element on the corner, on the southwest corner, adjacent to Whitmore Road. And then this is a roof plan, and it shows at roof level biodiverse blue roofs, PV panels on the roof, and also communal roof gardens on 6th floors on Halcombe Street, and 14th floor on the corner of Whitmore Road. This is the Whitmore Road elevation, so it's predominantly sort of 8 to 9 stories mid-rise blocks, which will be comparable in scale with the Colville estate redevelopment, which will be taking place on the opposite side of the street. And then you've got on this corner here with Orsman Road, the top 3 floors of that are set back away from Orsman Road, and then the taller 14-story element on the southern corner. This is the Orsman Road elevation. So you can see the top floors set back, and then there's a lower rise block within the middle of that elevation. This is the Halcombe Street elevation, so predominantly 6 to 7 stories with setback on the corner with Orsman Road. And then the Phillip Street elevation. So this is the lowest rise sort of building within the block, 3 stories to allow light into the central courtyard in the development. And this is the detailed facade design. Shows the elevations in a bit more detail. So you've got 3 different brick types proposed: a darker brick for the corner buildings, a lighter brick for the mid-rise areas, and you've also got striped bricks for the setbacks at the top. And then this is the detail of the tower element as well. There is actually also white brick for infill areas next to the windows, which you can see there. This is the central detail of the central courtyard, which will be a landscape space with different character areas. It will have a play area on the north side, an artificial grass area, planted areas with trees and seating. It also does have cycle parking down one side. In terms of overshadowing the report of this space, the report does talk about this. The the courtyard does receive less than 50% of the courtyard will receive 2 hours sunlight in the spring equinox, so that doesn't meet the BRE requirements. However, there are other rooftop areas which will roof garden areas which will have high levels of sunlight, which will make up for this. And now some sort of visuals around the site. So this is looking from Pitfield Street to the south. Closer view of the development looking north up Whitmore Road. The entrance to the development from Whitmore Road, so you can sort of see appreciate some of the detail here. This is a double height space which has been improved as a result of the discussions. That entrance there into the courtyard through that opening. The courtyard view, and so you've got the lawn area, artificial lawn area in the foreground, and then the play area space and seating further away. Another view of the Halcombe Street entrance, and then this is a view looking down Halcombe Street. So you've got the Stag's Head pub on the left and the Comet Nursery on the opposite side of the street. This view does show there will be an increased number of windows and balconies facing the street in comparison to the existing situation. And you'll note there are some concerns raised about overlooking and privacy of the Comet Nursery. However, we consider, the views that will be allowed from these new windows and balconies are similar to the existing views from windows within the estate and also across the width of the street. Also, issues raised around overshadowing of the development on the Comet Nursery courtyard, and the committee report confirms that the assessment shows that more than 50% of the Comet Nursery space receives 2 hours sunlight in the spring equinox, thereby complying with BRE guidelines. Another view from Phillip Street, and from a close-up sort of view of the entrance into the courtyard, and you can see some of the architectural detailing here with the boundary treatments, brick walls to front boundaries. These images are from the Townscape visual impact assessment, so showing some of the visual impacts from around the site and also further away. So this is the change that will occur in Orsman Road. So the bottom slide shows the existing situation, and then on the right shows the proposed view. And again, looking south down Halcombe Street. And now this is the view from Orsman Road, looking to the east of the site. So in the bottom image, you can see the Stag's Head pub there with the New Era estates are barely visible behind it, and you can see that there will be an increased mass of development in comparison to the existing situation behind that Stag's Head pub. We have considered that to be a less than substantial negative impact on the setting of that listed building, but a relatively small impact given the sort of character of that building currently and the low-rise buildings around it, where there's likely to be a substantial sort of degree of change taking place with other developments in future, as discussed in the report there. This is another area where we've identified less than substantial harm. This is from the Arlington Square Conservation Area in Islington. You can see the development. There's a little green wire line image on the top left picture, shows where the development will be visible just above the existing buildings, and that will be alongside the existing recently developed towers within the Colville estate. So just glimpses there really of the proposal, and we considered that to be less than substantial harm, again offset by other benefits as part of the application. And then the final view, this is from the north and the Beauvoir Conservation Area. So you can see there'll be glimpses of the development as you look down the street. It'll be adjacent to other sort of taller buildings that are existing and currently under development, part of the Britannia Leisure Centre development, and also existing. This completes the presentation. I would just finally draw members' attention to the addendum report comment received from Councillor Adams, which is reproduced in full in the report, and also just some minor corrections and clarification on location of disabled car parking spaces. So that just confirms, in terms of proposed disabled car parking spaces, there will be 1 space on Alderman Road, 2 spaces on Howcombe Street, and 1 on Phillip Street. Yeah, that's
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll just try. Right.
That's it, Steve?
That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So now I've got Olivia and Lindsay. Olivia is the top of my list, so I'll pick her first if that's okay. And you've got 2.5 minutes, Olivia. And then Lindsay has 2.5 minutes as well.
Chair, it's actually Lisa Clark who's speaking first in objection.
Oh, sorry, yes, okay.
And then followed by Trevor Horn.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Thank you. So it's Lisa first for 2.5 minutes, and Trevor after that for 2.5 minutes. Is that okay? So Lisa, please.
Hi, so my name's Lisa Clark. I'm the head teacher at Comet Nursery School and Children's Centre, and I suppose that we really do understand that we have a lot of families that live in the new era, you know, and do need these updated properties. However, we do have a real issue. I think there are 2 issues here for us. One is sort of the longer term issues and one the shorter term issues, and the longer ones are around, as Steve mentioned, about the height of the building and the privacy issues that we have. The balconies are considerably closer than the properties are at the moment, and the property is considerably taller than we currently have. And I think those kind of things, the feeling of being overlooked straight into the nursery for our 2-, 3- and 4-year-olds seems very close. I think one of the things that you need to take into consideration when you're thinking about this planning is that our learning environment is not just inside. So there's a talk about a 70% drop of sunlight inside the nursery. But actually, we're much more concerned about the outside of the nursery, where our children are always playing from, you know, the minute they get in, really. So that nursery garden is used from 9 till 3:15-ish every day. That is our learning environment, and that's what we're concerned about in terms of being overlooked. And also, you know, the planning doesn't take into account that, and it talks about us being set back from the street. The nursery is not set back from the street. The building is set back from the street, but the garden is not set back from the street. So there are issues around sunlight, as you mentioned before, and so you consider the sunlight of the property of the new development, but obviously we need to think about the sunlight for our nursery and those children that live in often high-rise places that they don't get to see the sunlight that much. So I think you need to take that into account. I think in terms of the shorter term views, there's some issues around the disruption of our learning environment from noise pollution and air pollution that will inevitably happen when you are knocking down a huge building site like that. We're always concerned about the air quality around the nursery, but we also then need to consider the health issues of the children. There's issues around the trucks going up and down Howcombe Street. There's an implication that in the planning document that you'll be able to just do that in the summer, but actually as a maintained nursery school and children's centre, our building is open 48 weeks. Thank you.
Okay, Trevor, please.
Trevor Horn, I'm an architect. I'm a member of the Hackney Society Planning Group. I'm also a resident at 56A Orsman Road, and I was the architect who designed that project. There was a presentation to HSBG, and we issued our comments in October 2019. We've had no response from that, so I'll just go through those comments again. Basically, we think it's an over-intensification of the site. It's a very dense site. The London plan recommends for urban Hackney between 200 and 700 HAB rooms per hectare. The Coville Estate, the outline planning, that's at 700. So that complies with that. This development is 1,260 plus HAB rooms per hectare. So seriously dense project. Effective impact on the neighborhood. When I was doing the Orsman Road building in 2010, I was restricted to a height of 5 stories because that was the shoulder height of Whitmore and Orsman. I went back to the planners in 2015 to put a small extension on top, and I was refused planning, saying it was out of context with the area, which was 5 to 6 stories. So if we look at Whitmore Road, the existing height of Whitmore Road is 3 to 6 stories. The proposed development is 14, 8, and 9 stories, and is not comparable to Coville Estate, Steve Fraser mentioned. Coville Estate is 9, 6, and 4, significantly lower. Orsman Road, the shoulder height on the road is 4 to 5. The proposed development is ranging from 9 to 5 stories.
Thank you, Trevor.
Am I done?
You have, yes.
Sorry.
Trevor, I wonder if you could switch your microphone on. Oh, God. Oops.
Chair, are we ready to proceed?
You can see me, can you?
Yes, we can see you, yes.
Okay, well,
we can hear you as well.
Okay, then we can proceed. Sorry,
okay,
I'll try and get back in. The thing has gone to another screen and I can't get out.
Well, we can see you and we can hear you.
So Olivia first and Lindsay second, please.
Hi, members, good evening. I'm Olivia Harris from Dolphin Living, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the committee this evening. Lindsay is going to speak after I've spoken. Dolphin Living was established as a charity in 2005 with the objective of providing high quality affordable housing for working Londoners on modest incomes. You may recall that Dolphin acquired the New Era estate in 2014. When we acquired the estate, we made a number of promises to residents, including that no one would have to leave the estate because they couldn't afford the rent, and that we would create a fair rent policy. In response to this, we've introduced a personalised rent policy that matches rents to both household composition and income to ensure that residents pay an affordable rent relative to their circumstances. The New Era community is well established and the estate is a popular place to live. However, the property is in need of significant repairs and the accommodation does not meet the current needs of the community. Our proposal will deliver 199 new homes surrounding a shared courtyard garden and replacement retail space with a high quality scheme designed by Allies and Morrison, one of the UK's leading architectural practices. We've worked closely with the local planning authority, the community and key stakeholders over the last 3 years in devising this scheme, which will deliver much needed housing in a sustainable way and importantly, protect this community who only a few years ago were in danger of losing their home. We've consulted extensively with residents over the future of the estate and in spring 2019 undertook a ballot which had a 91% turnout with 91% of voting in favour of our proposals to rebuild the estate. Dolphin's objective is to provide as much affordable housing for rent as possible. However, the scheme also needs to be financially deliverable in order that we can fulfil our commitments to the existing community and our trustees can meet their fiduciary responsibilities. The viability of the scheme has been scrutinised by the planning department, who has set out in the report are satisfied that the scheme cannot afford to deliver any additional affordable housing at this stage. Indeed, as it is currently stands, the scheme is not viable and we will need to secure additional subsidy before we can proceed. We will continue to improve the viability of the scheme, and we ask that you grant permission this evening on the basis of the following affordable housing package. Existing original residents, all paying rents at below the London Living rent, will be able to return to their existing rent policy and stay as long as they wish to. In the long term, percent of the homes being provided at London Living rent, and a minimum of 25% of the homes being provided as discount market rent. It is also important to note that we always rent our homes to the household on the lowest income who can afford the rent, with Hackney residents being prioritised. Furthermore, whilst discounted market rent is defined as being up to 80% of market rent, it should be affordable to households with an income less than.
Thank you, Olivia.
Combining this with our affordability.
Trev, sorry,
Okay.
Lindsay, please.
Hello.
Hello, Lindsay, please.
Hi.
Yeah, over
so
to
I'm
you.
Lindsay Garrett. I'm the chairperson for the Tenants Association of the New Era Estate. I'm not sure if you're aware that we fought quite a huge campaign some years ago to try and keep our community together. We've been through hell and back, trying to not only keep our community together, but also trying to remain on affordable rents. Dolphin come along, they have purchased the estate. They have given residents the opportunity to remain together as a community. Our current flats are not fit for purpose. We've got problems with damp. There's not adequate fire escapes. We've got disabled and terminally ill residents that would not be able to get out in a fire. We have no lifts. We have no suitable areas, community areas for children. If I was completely honest, would I like Hackney to remain how it's always been? Of course I would, but it's not an option for us. We've been bought out by Dolphin and were given us the option to stay together as a community, and it's something that I'm determined to do for the community that are continuing to live in the New Era estate. We've got at least 80 families that have got generations of their families that have lived there. We're in total support of the building, the propositions from Dolphin, which is to rebuild the estate, which will hopefully make our lives safer, and we will have a better quality of life as long as we can continue to have affordable rents and our families can continue to stay together. For me, that's what's the most important thing. We wasn't left with much of an option, considering that Hackney's being regenerated anyway, and we're all very much aware of that. You know, we're just normal working class people that want to be able to stay in the area that we was born and bred in. Dolphin have given us that opportunity. Of course, we're going to support them. Nobody else did. So therefore, for me, yeah, we fully support the opportunity to remain as a community.
Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I think I've confused myself. I might have even been on the screen twice, but we'll try and continue. So thank you very much indeed. Now we're moving to questions from members, and what I'll do is I'll go round the list that I've got in front of me. If you could ask a couple of questions, members, we'll try and get to the bottom of round a couple of times, and then we'll break up and have a bit of a debate. So Councillor Hanson, if you could ask a couple of questions if you have them. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? I've got three, if that's okay. The first is, I wonder if the officers could tell us more about the impact on daylight and sunlight to the playground at the nursery. To be honest, I am less worried about overlooking, because I think in a very dense urban area like Hackney, you're very lucky if you're never overlooked. But I do think daylight and sunlight on the playground is something we should be concerned about. I'd like to hear more about the residential units on the ground floor, which I noticed one of the objectors referred to in the written objections, but hasn't been mentioned in the officer's report. Because I'd be interested to know what has been put in place to protect the privacy and welfare of the future residents of those ground floor units, especially if they are social housing. And my third question was, Could we have chapter and verse, please, on the habitable rooms per hectare and how that matches up to our regular policy? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Steve, do you think you could address those, please?
Yes, Chair. I'll just bring the presentation back again. Just a minute. Okay, so can everyone see that okay? Chair, can you see that?
Yes,
okay?
I can see it.
So this slide view is from the daylight sunlight assessment, which has been carried out by the applicants, and then as part of that assessment, they've also looked at overshadowing of any nearby open spaces. So, you know, these sort of areas in yellow, have been subject to assessment. So that's areas around the site affected by the development, but also areas within the site, the proposed amenity spaces within the development. So the Comet Nursery amenity area is this kind of space here, which will be on the opposite side of Halcombe Road to the site. And now the BRE guidelines say that in order for an open space to be sort of a nice space to use, which will have good, good microclimate, it should receive 2 hours of at least 50% of the space should receive at least 2 hours sun on the ground in the spring equinox. And so what this is showing is that 79% of the open space will receive at least 2 hours sunlight on the ground in the spring equinox, which means that it sort of meets the BRE guidelines and suggests that it would have it would still have a good level of sunlight to that space. And then the other point raised by Councillor Hanson was about the residential units on ground floor. I'll just bring up the ground floor plan just a moment. So the units that are being referred to by Mr. Horn and the Hackney Society is you've got there's one unit on the corner here of Orsman Road and Whitmore Road, another unit here on the corner of Orsman Road and Halcombe Street, and there's another unit here on the corner of Phillip Street and Halcombe Street. So they're all 3-bed units, and so that is they are kind of busier locations, but we consider the privacy issues for those units are managed acceptably because they're set back a little bit from the street, so they've got some defensible space between them and the street, and also the level. They're at a different level as well. They're slightly raised. So if we move to this final slide, which shows this in a little bit more detail. So if you see here, this is the layout of the unit, and they've also there's also some setback from the Orsman Road, or one of the roads here. There's also a balcony, so they'll have a balcony area providing defensible space, and then you can also see there's a change in levels. So the units at slightly higher level to the street, which will add a bit more privacy and to occupiers. I mean, a lot of the streets surrounding the site are in residential use. This kind of relationship with residential buildings on ground floor and entrances directly off the street is not uncommon within the surrounding streets, particularly sort of Phillip Street and Halcombe Street. These units, they do have steps going up to them to enter, which means that they don't fully comply with M42 building regulations. That's the only aspect of M42 that they don't comply with. They comply with all the other areas, but we felt that this was acceptable in this instance because it gave more privacy to these flats, whilst also providing, whilst also still having active frontages to the street with front doors onto the street. And then in terms of the density, concerns being raised that the development is too dense. The density is around 475 units per hectare, which is slightly in excess of the London plan sort of density range. So if I just, I might just show you what the London plan says now.
Sorry, Chair, could I just query that, because the objective is a very different figure. Did you say 400? Could I just ask you to comment on what the objector said about the density as well then, please?
I think the objector commented on habitable rooms per hectare. That's where the difference comes from.
You're quite right, thank you.
So like for like, Steve, please.
Like for like. So the density of development is something like 1,261 habitable rooms per hectare. And then if we see the if we look at the London plan, I'll bring up the London plan now. Can everyone see the London plan there, the density table?
Yes.
Yeah. So you've got the density ranges in here. So I think what the issue arises because the Hackney Society are comparing the development to an urban density range, and you can see urban areas define their areas with predominantly dense development such as terrace houses, mansion blocks, 2 to 4 stories within 800 meters. So we consider it's more appropriate to consider this as within the central character range, because it's very close to the City of London, 800 meters. It's it's within 1,000 meters walking distance of city roads and central activity zone. Developments around are 4 to 6 stories at least, in many cases higher. So if you look at the central range, you've got up to 1,100 habitable rooms per hectare. So this development is a little bit in excess of that, but not not that much greater than it. And then also you've got to bear in mind that your density is not they're not to be applied mechanistically. These tables. It needs an assessment in terms of wider design considerations and amenity considerations, and when we look at all those factors.
Am I allowed to say something?
No, sorry.
No. To know.
No, we'll ask you later. Sorry, Lindsay. We'll ask you if we want to ask questions. Else we can't make any progress. Have you finished, Steve?
Yeah. So just to finish off, so if you consider all those. Those other design considerations, amenity considerations, as we set out in the report, where we find the development to be sort of acceptable in those on those issues, then we feel that the density of the development is also acceptable.
Okay, thank you. We might go back to that. So, Katie, Susan. Remember, you don't have to ask questions, members. But Susan, please.
Chair, I've got a couple of questions as well.
Thank you.
The first one, I'm glad to read that the planning teams were with the Hackney Design in terms of reviewing some of the issues with the design. But 2-3 questions I've got. The first one is around the sorry, I didn't put on the light so I can't see properly. Where is mine? The first question I want to ask, which I read it I read there, but I didn't take any notice of it that much. But when Steve was going through the presentation, I noticed it was this objection around the 3-bed unit that is located in a vulnerable ground floor at the BC corner, and I noticed that when you were presenting, because this is a larger unit that probably is going to be a family unit, and it was, when you look at it, it's like actually coming on the pavement. So if you can comment on that. And the other question is, there is this comment from Hackney Society that this there is a promise to existing tenants of parking spaces. So if you can comment on that, what is going to happen? And the last one is the GLA around the reprovision of affordable housing, which they said is unacceptable. If you want to comment on that. I think I have another one. Finally, I picked this one when the chief executive, Olivia, I think, was speaking. She actually mentioned that as things stand, this development is not viable. And my question to her is, if as things stand is not viable, then why are you going ahead with it?
Okay,
Thank you,
Steve,
Chair.
first two, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I mean, the first point, I think I did address just now in the when I was talking about those ground floor 3-bed units. I'll just bring that back again. So yeah, it's this these corner units here. I mean, there is one of these units on the corner of Whitmore Road and Orsman Road. Whitmore Road is a bit of a busier road than others, but there are also other residential entrances onto that road. It's not as busy as some other routes in the borough. To have a residential unit with a on the ground floor facing onto that, we don't feel is completely unacceptable. And there are measures that have been incorporated within the design of the unit, for instance, the sort of level change, the defensible space with the balconies, and also some setbacks from the street that make that relationship acceptable and make it easier for occupiers to manage privacy. And then in terms of the car parking, you've got returning residents who currently benefit from residence parking permits. They're able to retain those, and they will still be able to park on street. But there are there's no parking provided on site. Currently, there is a number of sort of informal spaces that will be removed from the site. So there will be a reduction in vehicle movements to and from the site. The Hackney policies, particularly the LP33 emerging policies on car parking, do allow for residents returning to estates to retain their parking permits. So we feel this approach is acceptable. I'm not sure if Kasim wants to add anything.
Sorry, Steve, sorry to interrupt you, but that is my question at the moment. This they're not parking on the street, but with this development, they will end up on the street.
That's correct.
Was there a conversation of promise to tenants that they will get parking space? That is the area I want you to comment on, not about the policies. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, so currently there's 35 residents who have residence parking permits, so they're entitled to park on the street currently, and they would still retain that entitlement as part of the development. Does that answer the question?
So nothing changes. It's just that they will be displaced clearly onto the onto the street now in the future. So
yeah, they currently
could park on the street.
Thanks, yeah, that is my question.
They will be forced to in the future, I think. Olivia, you were asked about the viability. Can you explain how that stacks up? You're
Sorry,
claiming...
there's still, sorry, Chair. Steve, you still have the last question around that would take us to Olivia around the GLA comment.
Okay,
that,
sorry.
Thanks. That is not acceptable. The reprovision level is not acceptable.
The affordable housing level, yes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, the GLA in their stage 1 comments have raised this as a concern. So currently there's 78 tenants who are described as what's known as original tenants. So they were resident on the estate when the site was purchased by Dolphin Living, and so and these are the tenants that benefit from the personalised rent policy. So it's a sort of below market rent level, and the GLA are kind of treating those 78 original tenants as a form of affordable housing, and so they're saying, well, you've got 78 there at the moment, so you should provide 78 in future, and we don't really agree with that approach, because there's no, currently those existing units would not meet any definition of affordable housing within the, there's no legal requirement for them to remain as such. And also, so this development, the 78 original tenants would still be able to return to the estate on their current rent levels. So but the 68 new affordable units, the discount market rent and the London Living rent, would only be sort of after existing original tenants have moved on from the estate. So the existing residents are taken care of, and so we don't really feel that there's a justification for having that 78, to have 78 units as London Living rent or discount market rent, and also that the affordable housing viability, which we've tested carefully, wouldn't allow for that to happen, because it would make the scheme more unviable.
Thank you. Olivia, how are you stacking up building an unviable development?
So we yet to have conversations with Hackney and the GLA around grant, and explore further the assumptions that are used in a viability scenario. So we will continue to work through that, both with our professional team, but also once, assuming, if we get a planning consent, then we'll be able to approach the GLA around grant levels.
Okay, can I just continue with this viability thing then? So there is a review mechanism, isn't there? Say these guys make a lot of money on this, and somehow the difference between what they claim now and what the reality is different, then we will see that at some stage, won't we? And we will claw back some of that gain. Is that correct, Steve?
Yes, Chair, that's correct. So we've got a head of term in the Section 106 agreement for early late stage review mechanism. That's also been requested by the GLA, and we've also got a head of term to require the applicants to seek grant from either from anyone else who's able to provide it, for instance the GLA or Hackney Council itself, and to try and make the scheme viable, or to increase the amount of affordable housing as part of it.
Okay, Councillor Levy.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I just have 3 questions. The first is, I'm trying to understand the rationale behind the bias on the DMR and the LLR, the percentage of delivery on different bedroom quantities. I noticed that on the DMR, we've got 38% is a 1-bedroom, 43% is a 2-bedroom, 19% is a 3-bedroom. But on the LLR, we've got a 52% for 1-bedroom, 38% for 2-bedroom, but family units only 10%. Is this also a viability issue?
Steve.
I think it's partly a viability issue, but it's also an issue around accommodating for the existing or the original tenants, and I think it's quite complicated, and probably the applicants might be best placed to answer it. But it's about which tenure group do the original tenants go within the development, and then what's their sort of bed, their flat size requirements. So that's a factor.
So it's tailor-made for the existing tenants.
I understand the mix is tailored to meet, so that the existing tenants can be accommodated, as well as in the future as well.
Do you want to ask Olivia?
Yes, I mean, can Olivia perhaps expand on that? Just some clarification of why this is it's an unusual sort of drop in family size units as opposed to the DMR.
Yeah, it's as Steve says, it's around meeting the needs of the existing community, and also looking at the viability across the scheme. I don't know if any of my professional team who are also on this can give more detailed responses to that.
Charles, Octavia, and Miles.
Chair, thank you. I mean, I think Olivia's right. There is a combination of factors. It is initially to deal with the re-provision of housing for the existing tenants, so providing the right mix to accommodate those housing needs. Viability then is a big consideration. As we've heard, to deliver this scheme, we do need to generate enough receipts in order to re-provide for the existing tenants. I think there's also another point, Chair, that once we've got to the point of re-providing for the existing tenants, we are then looking to provide additional housing, but also to generate those receipts to pay for the scheme. And we also have to think about the overall density of development and the child yield that would accrue if we were to have a greater proportion of family units. I think elsewhere in the report, there's a discussion about open space and play space. With this mix, we can accommodate the play space needs of the development within the courtyard. If we were to have a greater number of family units than is currently proposed, then that would put pressure on that play space. So there are various factors that are all in play. It's a combination of housing needs, it's a combination of viability, but it's also a combination of making the scheme function from a design and amenity perspective.
Thank you. Michael, you had a couple more.
Yes, indeed. Just as a point in question, at 4.8.3, Thames Water is saying there's an inability to use the existing water networks, and they're saying at the moment there's been no feedback on that. Is that being addressed? I mean, you can't have a new development without a water supply.
I think it's quite a sort of standard type response. I think it just means that it's to try and get the developer to talk to Thames Water, and if there are any sort of improvements around connection or and the pressure and things like that, that they do that, and also I suppose that they have to pay for it if it's required, I guess. But
right, okay.
And it's an agreement between the developer and the Thames Water. It's not really in terms of planning, I don't think.
No,
it just happens to some reason we've always had it there as a chivvy on, just to open the issue up. Michael, you had a third question.
I did, and you'll be pleased to know it's about disabled parking.
Kazim, tell us about the parking. Disabled parking.
Yes, 6.6.3. I welcome the additional disabled bay provision. I just wanted the sort of the provision to be within 50 meters of all entrances. I mean, that where you're spacing them around where you think they may be needed in terms of sort of where the entrances are. But I would ask that the permission is granted, and it's conditioned that no disabled bay is located further than 50 meters away from an entrance to the estate, because otherwise, if these are purpose-built for residents, disabled residents on that estate, anything beyond 50 meters is beyond their scope of getting from A to B, which in other words defeats the purpose of having.
Michael, Kazim, how far?
Yeah.
Days?
Thank you, Chair. So the spaces are currently indicative as part of the Section 278 highway works, and we believe that they are as close as they can be to the entrances, but we'll double check that and ensure that they're within 50 meters, that they look to be closer than that.
That's good, because below, as I say, below, once it goes beyond 50 meters, then those disabled residents will not be able to access it, not without additional help, and we want to avoid that. That's the whole point of putting the disabled bays in there in the first place.
Thank you. That should be part of a condition, that there is a condition to be close enough. Peter.
2 questions, please. Firstly, to Trevor Horn. I know it's difficult when you're not used to coming to meetings, getting your contribution in 2.5 minutes. So if you missed anything important, please add it now. But in particular, can you address the defence that Steve Fraser-Lim has put to us on the level of density, in particular the fact we never really got onto habitable rooms? Do you accept his point that actually we should judge this against central London standards? And I'll come back with the second question.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, if you put your camera on, can you put your camera on?
Okay.
So we can see the body language.
Yeah. I'm trying to. I've got the sound on.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, no matter. Carry on.
Well, I've got a picture I want to show, actually. It's in the appendix, daylight, sunlight, and appendix 1, drawing number 60. I don't know if you can, Steve, can you bring that up? It's in the daylight and...
I'll bring it up just a moment.
But that shows the how massive the project is. And a lot of the things that you're talking about the percentage of 3 beds, the size of the inner courtyard, the flat on the corner of Orsman Whitmore. This has all come about because it's a dense project that's being proposed here.
The question Peter asked is, did you accept that it's more central than urban in terms of its location down there in Shoreditch?
It is, but if you look at Coville Estate, they use 700 as their benchmark, and that's a Hackney development, and it's opposite. And
you know, we have to look at the London plan as much as what's opposite.
Yeah, but it's 15% more than the maximum of the London plan. It is dense.
I think everybody would accept that. I mean, clearly the single aspect rooms and various things as you describe, you know, I think we're alive to that.
Okay.
Steve James's assessment is that it's okay, all things in the round. I think that's the... Oh, hello. There you are. Yeah. Steve, do you want to just reflect on that? Oh, here we are.
Yeah. So that's the drawing.
Okay. I can put it up. If you just hold on a moment, I'll put it up if you want. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not the right view. Go to the next drawing. No, the one below that. Yeah. And if you know, just look at the buildings that are surrounding it. And it's totally not in the grain of what the context is. It's a massive development.
Those opposite Colville are getting bigger, though, aren't they?
Marginally.
Those were built in the 60s.
9, 6, and 4. At the moment, that is 6. The building that's there is 6.
Okay.
So marginally. And if New Era was like that, it would be.
Well, then the other question really was for Olivia. I think we were all very pleased when Dolphin Homes was took over this block, saved the residents, and my understanding is what you're suggesting is that this level of density is essential to create a viable project and meet the housing needs of all the people who live there. What I don't fully understand, and I'd be grateful if you could explain it, is where does Dolphin Homes go now? Is this going to be the owner of this area and no other? Is it a registered provider? Is it a, I mean, are you looking to expand the provision of social housing beyond this site? And what is the protection, if you like, that this level of sub-market pricing will be maintained into the future? And on any developments, if you do end up making a decent income out of this one?
So Dolphin Living is the name of Dolphin Square Foundation. It's charity, which is a charity. We have 800 homes in and around central London. So in Westminster, Camden, in Hackney, we also own 68 flats, which have just completed above the Kingsland Road, what was the Kingsland Road fire station. And those homes will be used for the New Era community whilst we rebuild the New Era estate. So we are a long-term investor in homes. We reinvest any surpluses that we generate from those homes as a charity. We can't distribute them. We don't have any shareholders. They all go back into the provision of more affordable housing. And I think, as I said at the beginning, our charitable objects are to provide those working Londoners who can't afford to buy or rent near their place of work with an affordable home to rent.
Thank you. Okay, Claire, please.
Hi there. I've got two questions, and I'd also like to go back to Lindsay as well if she comes back. So I'll ask them if you don't mind. I want to come back to housing. I know questions have talked about this already, have kind of covered this area, but it just doesn't explain it sufficiently for me. So, you know, the aim is 50% affordable housing with a 60-40 split of social rent and to intermediate. We're looking at 35% affordable for this development, but the social intermediate split is very much the other way round. Now, I very much welcome that Dolphin have accommodated the existing residents and that the community that the residents value so much is going to be maintained. But I just haven't seen sufficient figures really to explain why we are quite a lot shorter, both in terms of the 60-40 split, but also the proportion of affordable housing. So I'd just like something a bit more substantial than what has been explained so far. So I suppose this goes to Steve or Olivia.
Yeah, Steve again. Perhaps we can ask James about the viability around all of this.
Yeah, I'm sort of feeling it's a bit more about the sort of mix of tenures, and I think perhaps Neil might be the best one to start with on this.
Okay. Neil.
Hello. Yeah, it's probably just worth explaining that in a bit more detail in terms of our policy approach. This is a build-to-rent scheme, which build-to-rent you've maybe seen elsewhere in London, particularly in Tower Hamlets, but we've not seen too many in Hackney. The new forthcoming local plan has a policy specifically based on build-to-rent, and what that sets out is that we would seek 50% affordable in build-to-rent schemes, but the tenure we would aim for would be living rent within that. So it's slightly different to the 60-40 split that we normally seek on traditional build, if that makes sense. So the assessment has been that in an ideal world, the policy approach in the new local plan would be 50% affordable, and of that, London living rent levels. Of course, in this case, the key consideration has been the provision for the existing residents, and that has a significant impact on the viability of the scheme, and James will be able to explain that in a bit more detail.
James, so can you tell us what's the impact of essentially, I guess, supporting the lower rents of the existing tenants? Is that impacting on the mix?
Yes, hi there, Chair. I've got a few things to say there. So I'll deal with why the mix isn't at 50%. I mean, it mainly comes down to the high existing use value of the site. There's a lot. If you look on the portal, you'll see the submitted viability report and also my response, and there's numerous correspondence on it where we went backwards and forwards and into an awful lot of detail surrounding the value of the existing site, and also the value of the proposed development and the cost to deliver the development as well. So all of these factors come into play. The bottom line is that the current mix we've agreed, whilst we're not in full agreement with the applicant's consultants, we've agreed that the scheme is not technically viable, and that's with the proposed mix at 35%. And any, you know, to increase the mix even further would lead to an even less viable scheme. So it's all of these things coming into play. To get a kind of 50% affordable scheme on that site, you'd need to have a really low existing use value on the site, which clearly when you've got you know, 100 odd units there in the first instance, that those units have a value, as we saw with you know, when the site transacted before Dolphin acquired the site, and then again when Dolphin acquired the site as well. Any kind of site such as this in you know, a kind of central London location is always going to have a high kind of current existing use value based off its investment, but also it may have alternative redevelopment values as well. However, in this instance, I actually came to the conclusion that the highest value for the site was actually its existing use value rather than its redevelopment value. So what that is basically saying to you is that the existing use value is more valuable than the proposed development, and that's why we've come to the conclusion that it's technically not viable.
Okay. And what's the impact of the lower rent issue on that viability?
Well, that's just another kind of aspect of the viability that's gonna impact upon it negatively. Clearly, you know, the higher the rent that's paid, the more valuable and the higher the gross development value of the scheme will be. So if for instance the private units within the scheme, if they were paying a higher rent than we've deemed to be reasonable, then that would lead to a kind of an increase in viability to allow the affordable tenants to pay a lower rent. And also, you know, if you had 100% private scheme there, then that would improve the viability. So the current mix being at 35%, that is impacting on the viability of the scheme.
And James, this organisation is a social housing provider. You factored in the 20% of profit. Will that money leave the site, or will it be supporting other development? Does it go to the centre of Dolphin Homes, or does it stay in the Hackney development?
Two comments on that, Chair. I mean, firstly, I'd just like to clarify, we never factored in a 20% profit margin. I actually argued for roughly a 10% profit margin on GDV, reflecting the fact that the scheme is a build-to-rent scheme rather than a build-for-sale scheme, which we normally see in Hackney. The second, on the second point, firstly, with viability, we often have to assume a kind of hypothetical developer rather than an applicant's specific developer. But in this instance, it might be better for Olivia to comment on, you know, how any profit will be spent going forward.
Okay, Olivia, can you tell us what's happening to the 10%?
So ultimately, I mean, the 10% is a bit of a notional number, but any profits that we make are reinvested back into affordable housing. And as I said, we've already invested over £50 million in Hackney. and we're talking about investing significantly more with this redevelopment.
Okay, thank you, Claire. That was a good question. What was your second or follow on, please?
I just wanted to ask about the retail units. So I actually cycled past the site today and saw kind of all of the retail units there, very active, very lively, it appeared to me. And obviously reading up in the report, it implies that the retail unit provision on the new development will be much smaller. So could you talk a little bit about that? I did notice that existing residents would actually prefer one larger kind of grocery style retail unit, but I just wanted to have some comments on the value placed on the existing retail units and just any further thoughts, please.
Steve.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so there is a reduction. So currently you've got retail units all the way along Whitmore Road. They're quite, there's a large number of them. I think 11 has been mentioned. It's got a floor space of 452 square meters. The proposed development has 344 square meters. So it's a little bit more than a reduction of a bit over 100 square meters. The main difference is that the proposed units are a lot deeper than the proposed unit is a lot deeper than the existing. So it occupies a narrower width of frontage. There's more. There's other. There are the residential entrances. There's a cycle store, bin store, the things you need for residential development. So there is less of an active frontage with the proposed retail. There's also a bit of a reduction, but retail is re-provided. The retail units have been designed to be flexible in that they can be used either as one large one or be converted into smaller ones. Our policies do support small retail units. The applicants have been reluctant to sort of commit to dividing up the retail space into small units because of the feedback that they've received during the public consultation. So we see this as a bit of a sort of a middle ground in that you do have the retail spaces re-provided to a large extent, and it's a sort of compromise between capable of being small but also capable of being large. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't meet certain expectations in terms of definitely being a range of small retail units all the way along Whitmore Road compared to existing.
I mean, it looks as though it's thriving there, Steve. I mean, has there been any marketing sort of activity around that?
Olivia might be able to comment a bit more about the arrangements with the tenants, but yeah, it does look thriving. But as I understand it, might be that currently they enjoy quite a below market rent. I'm not sure. Maybe Olivia will want to add to that.
Olivia, have you done any marketing to ascertain whether those shops, for example, would like to come back, I guess, or those types of shops?
So yeah, I can ask my colleague Octavia Williams, who's our operations director and has been dealing with the tenants, to speak on this, if that's okay.
Octavia.
So we've engaged extensively with all the retail units. Some have come back and said they'd like to return, and we've said that they would have the first opportunity to return. Obviously, we've said the space is flexible because we want to create a space that suits for those who want to return. We've also worked with Hackney Council's commercial team to find alternative premises within the borough, and we've given them funding in terms of rent-free periods to assist with people if they're looking to find elsewhere at the moment. So those who have indicated they want to return, we are definitely going to offer them the opportunity.
Okay, are we controlling for that, Steve? Is it in our 106 agreement that these shops can return if they so wish?
Not currently in the report. There's no head of term around.
Would you go along with that, Octavia?
So at the moment, we're unable to say what the rent would be. They are below 50% already, and they don't have service charge, and there's been no rent increase since we purchased.
Okay, let's try and come back to that at the end. Claire, is that sufficient for you? We'll talk about that in terms of trying to control that at the end.
Yes, please. Could I just ask if Lindsay has been able to rejoin the meeting, whether she's got any further comments to make on any of the issues she's heard raised. I don't know if she's been able to rejoin. I think she left at some point.
If we see her back, we'll ask her.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs.
Steve, is it your ward?
Hi, Chair. Yes, it is. Thanks very much. And I think I don't think Lindsay is back on, but it was good to see a resident come to the committee to support the proposal. I think it was great to hear us speak. I know that the residents have had quite a few years of uncertainty, and I think that you know, the redevelopment of this estate, given no outdoor space, given the lack of amenity space, communal is welcome. I do have some questions, as you might imagine, and my first question is bounces off Councillor Potter's question around the retail units, but it's a slightly broader question for officers. My understanding was that the Colville master plan, the final phase that will be along Whitmore Street, would include a shopping parade on that side in order to augment the shopping parade that was that currently exists under New Era. And so I'm quite keen to understand what the interaction is with Colville estate generally, specifically around construction plan, given the amount of construction that's going on in the area, specifically around Britannia, the new school. There'll be New Era, there'll be the next phases of Colville, there's London City Mission, there's the next phase of Britannia on the corner of the other side of the road, and there'll be works on Bridport as well. We already struggle with, residents already struggle with traffic management and construction around there, so I'm interested to know what discussions you've had around that. But on the retail units in particular, does this undermine the case for Colville, given that currently, off the top of my head, I sort of counted at least 9 small businesses that operate on that street at the moment, and they're going down to at most 4, which I think is a real shame, and doesn't really tally with the report, I don't think, about it sort of taking away from shopping streets. Otherwise, it is a shopping street as it is, and it's well used by residents. So if you could talk about those 2 issues within the wider interaction with Colville master plan, that would be useful. I'd still like some clarity on the tenure, especially of the personalised rents. In particular, will these personalised rents end with the current tenant, or will they be able to be passed on to any family member that wishes to take over the tenancy, for example? I'd like to understand whether we will eventually just be left with the London Living rent and the other kind of as named kind of different schemes that'll be there, or whether, given that these personalised rents sort of fall outside of them, from what I understand, will these eventually, over the course of the next 30, 40 years, end up just being market rent properties? And then I have a question on landscaping. Do we think that the landscaping, the biodiversity is good enough? I read in the report that we're not sure it is. I'm particularly aggrieved at the use of plastic grass, by the sounds of it, in the communal area. I have no idea why we're using all this artificial grass. What's that about? Shouldn't it either be a mugger or a proper grass area? And then just 2 general points. The parking is going to be a mess. It's where basically the development is going to force out 35 cars onto the surrounding streets, and that's going to be a Hackney Council problem, not a New Era problem or a Dolphin problem, which is disappointing. And if, in terms of water, if you can work with us to get Thames Water to unblock that drain, then we'd be we'd be very grateful for that.
I think that's outside of the scope of planning. You've got enough there to be going on with, Steve.
See what you can deal with.
So yeah, just going back to the retail, I think that was one of the issues raised in terms of, I mean, we don't have, the report highlights that the site isn't in an area designated for retail. So what that means is we're not necessarily looking for a big uplift in retail floor spaces. That wouldn't be appropriate in policy terms because it's not in a designated centre. But it is a thriving retail street, so we'd want to try to maintain that as much as possible. So
we're not.
We're re-providing a lot of the retail floor space. There's a a reduction, but there's still 344 square meters of retail floor space capable of being subdivided into different sized units. We don't have policies that can protect rent levels for the retail units, and if we did try to do that, then that would also impact on the viability of the development and affordable housing viability and so on. What we do have is a policy that encourages provision of small retail units within developments that include retail. So, so it could be, so we, in other instances, the flexibility of some of the retail units, how they would want to operate and so on, if that was the case. So, I mean, one way around this, we could possibly have a sort of a condition requiring a marketing strategy for how the units are let to encourage as far as possible small retail units, and also that the ability for retailers to return is sort of provided for. Does that?
What about the Colville? Have you factored that in? Across the other side's going to be a parade.
I mean, we haven't. I mean, we don't know. It's outline consent at the moment for Colville, so we don't know. There's no reserve matter of consent. So we don't know. Exactly what will happen on that development. But we're conscious that there are retail units there, and we're trying to, and it provides an active frontage, and we're trying to sort of protect that as much as possible, whilst also accommodating new residential development.
Okay. The grass issue.
I think perhaps Peter might be best placed to answer this, the design officer.
Peter, why aren't we having proper grass or the movie?
Okay, there's a lot of stuff I could say about design, but I'll talk about the landscaping.
I will ask you later, Peter.
Okay, all right. So yeah, as you know, it's been mentioned already. It's a very dense scheme. It's got deep blocks. The site itself is quite constrained. That has necessitated a communal courtyard space of the size that it is. A lot of good design work's gone into making sure that the residents' wish list has been met. The courtyard's quite efficient. It has lots of different types of space in it. It's got play space, it's got relaxation space, trees, and also the design review panel, and we negotiated an open air route to the south, which will sort of allow you to see out of the courtyard and have some interaction between the space inside and the external sort of neighborhood. I think the AstroTurf is a relatively small portion of the courtyard, and it's designed to be a high, an area with wear and tear, will take into account a high degree of play and use. So I think that the applicants want to create a sort of space that can be played on and used heavily, and grass isn't necessarily robust enough for that.
Okay. Kazim, the parking question. Parking's going to be displaced onto the street, and Steve's concerned about it. Will it be able to cope? Heaven forbid.
Thanks, Chair. We believe that the surrounding network can accommodate a slight increase in parking. I think the general understanding is that the assumption is that all 35 permit holding residents would return, but that's not necessarily the case. Also through the kind of travel planning process and other processes, we're looking to reduce this down to 10 over the coming years as well. So there could be a small impact. And within the Section 278 highway works, we are looking to add in a small number of CPZ bays as well. So we're trying to kind of fill the gaps where there are existing crossovers, and we're looking to accommodate a small number of car parking spaces. But the general approach is that hopefully this is an overestimate, and we'll look to reduce this over time.
Was there another question, Steve?
one about personalised rents, I think.
Oh yeah, yes. Is that going to go on forever?
I think the Dolphin will probably be best placed to answer that about how long it would go on for. But I think after the intention is that after an original tenant leaves, then it would revert to London living rent or discount market rent, depending on the which one it is. Which is why we're looking to explore potential for grant funding and also the review mechanism, so that it could potentially it could increase in the future.
Olivia, can you answer that? You're not going to hand over these rents to the children?
Right, so there's no succession in the tenancies, but those tenants have those personalised rents for as long as they want to stay on the estate. And initially, those tenants will move into the London living rent homes, the discounted market rent homes, and if we need to, some of the market rent homes. And when they move on, those will revert to the tenure that's agreed in the Section 106, or we're hoping a lower rent tenure subject to getting grant.
Okay, can I carry on that? Oh, sorry, Steve. You're muted, Steve.
Classic mistake, sorry. Do the residents know that there's no succession for their tenancies? Has that been made clear?
They're on assured short hold tenancies, so.
Fine. Okay, thank you.
Can I just carry on this discussion in terms of the build to rent only lasts 15 years and then you sell it on? Is that the idea? Is that what's going to be happening?
So we're a long-term investor, and so at the moment we don't have plans to sell properties. That isn't what our current investment plan is. We intend to keep estates intact so that you can manage them in a unified basis.
Okay, Steve, how does that pan out then? In 15 years, if Dolphin, change their policies, do we lose all the build to rent?
Whatever happens in terms of ownership, or whether it stops being built to rent, it's the affordable housing secured in perpetuity. So
Okay, but the build to rent could be lost to market purchase.
I suppose, yeah. Our policy, we've got a new policy in LP33 around build to rent, and it says and it has certain requirements to try and ensure that it remains build to rent for sort of a minimum 15 years. But just assuming a developer purchased the site and wanted to sell off the market rent units, after the 15 years is up, they wouldn't be able to do that to the affordable, because that's secured in perpetuity. Okay,
what's the advantage of build to rent then? I thought this was the great hope of they're just going to go to market in 15 years time.
I think it's not necessarily that the investors will. It just makes sure that it's for a minimum amount of time, I suppose. Maybe
Chair,
that they want to do it for longer.
Yes, James.
Sorry, Steve, to interrupt you, Chair. Yeah, I can add a couple of comments on that. I mean, firstly, if you look at the existing estate, when rented units are sold off to private buyers to an estate such as this, that's called the breakup value. And you have to look at the existing estate. It hasn't happened so far over the history of the estate, and we actually had a kind of huge debate about that in the viability negotiations. And then the kind of proposed scheme as well, with kind of 35% of the scheme being rented out in perpetuity, it probably would make it a less attractive proposition to any kind of future purchaser of the estate. I imagine that the reason why build to rent has become a kind of bigger asset class in kind of property development over recent years is because of the kind of institutional investor buying into that asset. Because in a world with kind of near zero interest rates, investors are after return on their money. So yes, you could sell off the units and achieve income straight away, but people want a secure income flow over a period of time, and that's what's driving the demand for build to rent.
Okay. Right, Steve, is that you finished?
Could we just cover off the construction management plan?
Okay, yes, I was going to ask that. So yes, air quality, noise, and the dust was concerned about Comet Nursery and all the construction issues. Can you reassure us that they're managed?
So, yeah, we've got a draft construction management plan that's been submitted, but we'll require a full detailed plan to be submitted by condition. I mean, clearly it is a big issue in the surrounding area. There's so much development going on, Britannia, Colville Estate. It's quite challenging in terms of all the amount of development that's happening. But we've been quite tough on those developments in terms of the things like air quality monitoring as part of their construction management plan, and requiring that for the new developments, and that they always comply with the Mayor of London SPG on dust management. Kasim might want to mention a bit more about traffic.
I think, thanks, Steve. I think you've covered most of the things. It is a difficult area to manage for the kind of network managers. However, we are in constant engagement with the existing kind of developers. So there's, daily kind of communication pretty much with Britannia, Leicester Centre Development, you mentioned the London City Mission and Colville Estate. I think one thing that's positive is that we are also seeking contribution for a CLP monitoring fee, and that goes towards a dedicated person that would have that kind of direct communication with all of the developers in the borough, in particular with developments in this area.
So we're alive to the whole area.
Yeah.
And you've got a single point of contact. I'm going to work out where the truck came from, where it's going. Is that right?
That's the plan, yes.
That's the plan. Okay, well, that needs to happen so that I don't have to find out that it's a New Era development truck that's just run over my bollard or whatever. I wonder if we can put that as an informative. I think that's important that that does happen. Steve, so is that okay? The dust and all of the noise issues that the Comet Nursery were concerned about are being managed as best we can. Steve, can you just confirm that?
Do you mean me or Councillor Race?
No, you, Steve. Steve Fraser.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we'll have conditions on the construction management plan and the about sort of kind of the one point of to liaise with the highways.
Okay, thank you. Anna, can I bring you in? Sorry, you're at the bottom of the list, but that's the way it is. I wonder if you have any questions.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I had two questions. So one of them's actually just been asked very much, probably more eloquently than me, around the concerns that Lisa had from the nursery around the mitigation that we're going to put in place to deal with some of the impact of the construction as if it was to take place. I think one is just a reflection as a nurse by background, and just to sort of add to the discussion around the concerns around the viability of it. Given the question really is around London Live and Rent at the moment, is that set at this year's in relation to, let's be honest, quite a lot of the people that are probably eligible for this are people that are on employed probably within our public sector, and I would like to think, given the contribution that many of our health and other key workers have done over the last few months, it is welcome to see that this group of people who are not able to access housing through more traditional social housing eligibility criteria are being accommodated with this, and I welcome that it will factor into it does reflect the LP33. So it was just some assurance, because the rents, the London Living rents for a one bed, I guess off the top of my head, I know there's colleagues of mine that are probably paying that for a room in a house at the moment. So to be able to provide somebody with their own flat, a London living rent of that is commendable, really. So I just was thinking I should suspect that, given Dolphin's commitment to do this, is that they probably have got a maybe experience of having an over interest into these developments. Would that be right, Olivia? That you probably have to disappoint people that would like to live in these properties? So they're likely to be filled up. And my second question is more to Steve and to the rest of the people from Hackney. Will there be a commitment that these properties will be for those people that do work within the borough as well, or live in the borough as part of our policy at the moment? So we would have priority for people that live or work within Hackney at the moment.
Neil, can you deal with those two, please? Neil's from housing.
Yes, so of course there'll be provision made for the existing residents on the estate, but in future, for any new tenants, we would expect that follows our fairly recently published allocations policy for the new living rent. If it's useful, I can share that with you separately. That's something we've followed for example, at Bridge House, where we've got 8 new Hackney living rent homes, and it is very much focused on homes for local people in those types of sectors, nurses, teachers, etc.
Thank you. Right, I'll ask a couple of questions. So I'll go to Peter. Peter, the density issue is clearly the big one in terms of what in terms of the impact on the surrounding community. I think we accept Trevor's point that it is dense. We can see that it's denser than the existing development, and we expect it to go up. And it has got some impacts in terms of single aspect properties. How have we assessed this as being okay in terms of massing and density? Massing and height, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, it's been acknowledged that the scheme has pushed the site's capacity to the max. The DRP considered the scheme to be approaching the max as well, but they came up with numerous recommendations to improve the design to compensate, and most of these recommendations were addressed positively by the architects, and that is part of ensuring that the density is optimized, which is what the new London plan asks for, instead of specific density numbers, which was sort of a focus of the previous London plan. So yeah, the scheme has its weaknesses. It has it's dense. It has dual loaded corridors. It has quite a lot of single aspect, but the architects have come up with a very good response to a very demanding brief. The architects have a track record of delivering very high quality housing developments, and this scheme is based on a scheme of similar density, which is the St Andrews Bromley by Bow scheme, which won the Housing Design Award in 2011. So yeah, the architectural quality and the material quality promises to be high. The residential units are very well designed. They're much better than the existing in many ways. The scheme is also in a very well connected, sustainable residential location. So although it is very dense, we considered it to be on balance in the right location and doing a lot of the right things.
Thank you. And just one more about James, viability. Can you tell us what we've published? We were told we weren't publishing enough stuff viability wise. Can you tell us that we are squeaky clean now in terms of the latest findings as to what we should be doing in viability terms?
Sure, Chair. Steve may also wish to add to this, but basically a full unredacted submitted viability assessment, the one that I received, that's been uploaded to the website. Then my response to that as well. Has also been uploaded to the portal, totally unredacted. And then there's further communication between myself and the applicant's consultant, and fully redacted versions of both sets of correspondence has also been uploaded to the website. So every single item in the appraisal, which has been assessed and kind of scrutinized by the applicant's consultant and myself, that's all there out in the open for the public to look at and make an informed decision off the back of it.
Thank you. Can I just ask then, Olivia, is that a big deal for you, seeing all your figures out there? And it's unusual, isn't it?
It's unusual, but there are figures, there are advisors, and we've really welcomed the discussions with Hackney on viability, and I feel really confident that we can work together to actually deliver it as a viable scheme eventually.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Right, is there any more questions? Councillor Levy.
Thank you, Chair. Just to harking back on retail provision, and on this side, and at coming forward on Colville, I'm just concerned that there's a sufficient loading and unloading provision. We don't vehicles double parking. Is that part of the transport plan?
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. The proposed section 278 highway works does accommodate for a loading bay. I believe it's on Whitmore. Yeah, I believe it is. So yeah, we've taken that into consideration, and we would look to kind of accommodate obviously the loading and servicing requirements.
One bay is that going to be sufficient?
For the size of the retail unit, it appears to be. But we've got a delivery and servicing plan also conditioned, and we'll monitor that very carefully.
Will that service Colville as well?
I am not 100% sure if there is a separate bay proposed for the Colville estate. Yeah, I'm unsure of what's proposed.
The officer's told us that he thinks that's enough. Claire, can I ask? Do you want to ask Lindsay your question? She's not sure she's waving at us or she's pressing the buttons on her machine.
Hi, sorry, my battery went on the iPad.
That's okay.
All right. Hello, Lindsay. Really pleased you're back, and also very pleased to hear about how the residents have worked with Dolphin to get a scheme to keep your community together. I just wondered, before you had to leave, whether you had any further points that you'd like to raise, or any comments on any of the other items or points that have been made. Over to you, Lindsay.
Or how long have you got? I mean, if you want me to just talk generally about how the estate is now in comparison to 4 years ago, I mean, we're in a far better position. We've got a lot of trust with Dolphin. We have regular meetings, updates, and we're in a pretty lucky position in comparison to some working class people like myself in Hackney who are unable to afford the current rents. So yeah, I would say as an estate, we're really pleased, we're really happy, and we want to continue to work with to make sure that we get the same opportunity we've got current. Like I said earlier, if we could do things and Hackney generated and rent course, then of course I'd every time. But we've got to work with what we've got, and we're lucky enough to step in and as an option to stay together as a community. So that I'm happy as can be.
Thank you. Okay, there are no more questions. We've asked a lot today, I hope. I have.
Hello.
Hello. Can I ask Steve one? So I've got two things
Did you hear that?
Suggest. We did, thank you. We did. Steve, the shops issue we've got to deal with. So the aspiration is that the shops are the guys who are existing there, if they wish to return, we want to try and ensure that can happen. I wonder if you've come up with a mechanism that can make that happen, if at all possible. Clearly the rents are important for everybody, but if we can do what we can, because it is our policy and that's what we should be doing.
I mean, I could suggest we could have a marketing strategy condition, so that the applicants submit a marketing strategy whereby they set out, you know, how they will be trying to allow for the existing retailers to return if they want to, and to try and encourage small retail units. I don't think it would be, you know, it wouldn't be supported by policy to try and secure reduced rents or anything like that.
Okay, that's understand that. Octavia, does that work for you?
Yes, that's absolutely fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have one informative about the single point of contact for all the trucks and everything that's going on there. We'll need to put together a note. Is that okay, Natalie?
Yes, Chair, that's fine.
Thank you. Okay, I think we know what we're about. We've been through it for a long time. The recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to a 106 and the condition that I talked about, and we'll put in an informative. What I'm going to do is ask everybody, Anna, you haven't done it before, to put their hand up, keep their hand up, and then I will go through your names and you can say whether you're for or against, whether you're for and against. So first of all, I'm going to ask everybody to put their hands up. Those in favour of the recommendation, please show. Okay, so that is Vincent. Katie, please.
For.
Susan.
For.
Michael.
For.
Peter.
For.
Claire.
For.
Steve Race.
For.
Anna. Are you for or against, Anna?
I'm for, Chair.
Thank you very much. That is all of us. Okay. We look forward to seeing the development, and hopefully the shops, the butchers will get back in at some point. Thank you very much indeed. Right, we need a 5-minute break. So it's 20:28 now. If we could come back 7 minutes, so 35, please. Thank you. Wow. So I've got Susan, Michael, and Steve missing.
Back.
Susan,
Chair, I'm here.
brilliant. Steve,
I'm
Michael,
here as well, Vincent.
Michael Levy. Okay, so we're all here. Thank you very much for being on time.
Chair, I don't see Councillor Levy. Is he here?
Yes, he said something. Yes, he is.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just thank you for clarifying.
Okay, 39 to 47 East Road. We've got Barry starting off. We've got Claire and Sam in the wings as objector and supporter. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just present my screen. Okay, can you see that?
It's coming up. Yes, I can.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so okay, this item relates to 39 to 47 East Road, which is a roughly rectangular piece of land on the western side of East Road. The site currently comprises a 5-story office building with a car park to the rear. The site is not located in the conservation area, but is within a priority employment area as designated in the adopted local plan, or a priority office area as they are now called in the emerging local plan. Just looking at the site location, the site boundaries outlined in red. Just running through some of the surrounding uses, the nearest residential uses are in Zeus House to the west, Britannia House further to the west, Vestry Street just to the north here, at Ian Bowater House to the northeast, and the Atlas Building to the south. Then there's commercial uses to the immediate south and immediate north of the building, and student accommodation to the east. This is a bird's eye view, just to give you an idea of some of the heights in the area. You can see the cluster of buildings, of tall buildings along City Road. So the tallest of which is the Atlas Building, which is 39 stories. Then further along to the west, you have the Montcalm Building, which is 21 stories, and the Eagle House, which is 26 stories. You can also see the side is with the red dot there. You can see the student accommodation on the opposite side of the road, which is part 14, part 16 stories. And then there's other tall buildings further to the south towards Old Street Roundabout. This is the front elevation of the existing building. It's a 5-story office building, as I mentioned, known as Dilacab House. This is a view south down East Road. You can see the 39-story Atlas Building in the background, and the student accommodation on the opposite side of the road. You can also see the former warehouse buildings in commercial use to the north of the site. This is a view looking north up East Road. Again, you can see how the context changes as you move further north up the road. This is a view looking north, but from further back. You can see the context as you on the bottom part of East Road with the taller buildings on either side of the road. This is a view of Silbury Street, which is to the immediate north of the site. And this is a view of Zeus House, which is the nearest residential building to the development site. And you can see the windows, which are right on the site boundary. It's residential in the 3 upper floors, but office uses on the lower floors. And this image just shows the car park area hard standing to the rear of the site, and also the blank facade on the northern side of the commercial building known as Provoston East. So the proposal is to demolish the existing building on site and to erect a 23-story building with office floor space at lower ground to 4th floor level and a hotel use on the floors above. The building will be arranged as a stepped 6-story podium element with a slender tower above. The proposal also includes the provision of highways and public groundworks at the base of the building and on East Road. So just turning to these elevations, you can see the east elevation, which is the principal elevation facing East Road. You can see how the building is arranged it's clad in brick with a brick grid system. You can see the office uses are referenced with the different sort of more glazed base or podium, and then the brick infill and glazed grid on the upper hotel element. There's also a crown on the top of the building and a sort of intermediary element which steps down towards the commercial building to the south. That will be clad with a black cladding material. In the north elevation, you can see how the podium steps down to address the residential uses at Zeus House to the west. these are the west and south elevations. So the west elevation, you can see the glazing to the office uses at the base, and then the hotel uses above. And then on the south elevation, you can see how the building abuts the commercial building to the south, and then the face of the building that will be seen in views from the south. This is a section which shows you the relationship of the proposed building with the residential windows at Zeus House. So they're on the upper 3 floors. You can see the way it's been stepped back, but that the building comes down to approximately 3rd floor level of the or 4th floor level, sorry, of Zeus House. You can also see the relative width of the street on the other side of the section of East Road. So just turning to the ground floor plans, you can see how the entrance has been recessed and integrated into the public realm strategy. There's a shared office and hotel lobby in this part of the ground floor, and then office space to the rear. There's also office space incorporated in a mezzanine in order to help maximize the amount of office space within the development. Then just running through some of the floor plans, the first floor is in office use. You can see it's quite an open floor plan, and then that steps back as you go further up the podium, with the floor plates becoming increasingly constrained as you go up towards the tower element, which is at 6th floor level. So this is 6 to 21, this floor plan at the hotel use. You can see the way the floor, the form of the tower has been sculpted in order to minimize the impacts on Zeus House. So this kind of cranked elevation on the north, and the rather slender nature of it in relation to the overall site boundary. This slide shows you the evolution of the scheme since it first came in at pre-app. So you can see that the scheme that was originally proposed was at around 150 AOD, 150 meters, which is approximately the same as the Atlas building, and the height has come down since then. The scheme that was submitted originally for planning was slightly taller. It was approximately 25 stories. It was 108 meters, but we've since had the height reduced following officer feedback, and now we're at 23 stories and 93 meters. You can also see how the form of the building has evolved over time, with the floor plates becoming more efficient and the podium stepping in various ways in order to minimize that amenity impact I talked about. This slide is also useful to talk about the uses. So you can see the office uses indicated with the blue color here, and the hotel use in yellow, plant in red. So just covering the uses. The proposed balance of uses would provide 41% of the total floor space as office and 59% as hotel. While this falls short of the majority employment floor space sought by current policy and the 60% employment floor space sought in this area in the new local plan, officers are satisfied the extent of office floor space on site has been maximised. The constraints of the site result in a relatively small tower floor plate, making an alternative use in this part of the building difficult to achieve, and the shortfall in office space has been partly offset with an over-provision of affordable workspace against emerging policy targets. So that's 14% of the office floor space at a 40% discount against market rates. In terms of the hotel use, officers are satisfied that it would not be provided at the expense of an opportunity for conventional housing due to the constraints of the tower floor plate. Whilst it is noted that there are a number of other hotel uses in the area, the site's central and highly accessible location is such that another hotel development is considered acceptable and would not negatively impact upon the balance of uses in the area. So this next slide just shows you the kind of alternative uses that we explored in the upper part of the building. So we went through various design iterations to get to this point, including a larger and smaller floor plate, externalizing the core, various podium levels. It was quite a long pre-application process to get to this point. And if we just turn to the image on the right, which shows you how you would incorporate office into the tower element, you can see the extent of the floor plate, which is occupied by servicing, lifts, toilets, etc., and the leftover floor space that would actually be lettable area. It equates to a 64% floor plate efficiency, which is not a very efficient floor plate. 80% is what's recommended for buildings of this nature. So we believe that it's reasonable to say that the office is difficult to achieve or would not be economically viable in the upper floors of the building. But at podium level, it fits quite comfortably into those floor plates. So we believe that the office amount of office floor space has been maximised. And as I mentioned, the affordable workspace provision has been increased in order to compensate for the shortfall. So effectively, we're getting the equivalent of affordable workspace that we would have got if the scheme was 50% employment. In terms of discounting a residential use on the upper floors of the building, you can see how, again, this is a floor plate that we arrived at after various revisions, and this would have been hypothetically the most efficient way of getting residential on the site. We still would have been getting a layout that didn't provide any family-sized units, that didn't have access to a separate core for on-site residential, so it would have been compromised in a number of ways, but most significantly, providing only 4 units per floor on a building of this scale would have been extremely challenging to provide from an economic point of view. So we accept that residential is not an appropriate use for the upper floors of this building. So moving on to design. This is a view from the south, just the corner of East Road and City Road. You can see how the building, which is my cursor here, the red brick building, where it sits in relation to the other buildings in the cluster. So the Atlas building is the pinnacle of the cluster and has always been considered as such through these negotiations. The proposal building, we feel, sits comfortably within this second tier of buildings within the cluster. It's of a roughly similar height to the Montcalm, slightly lower than Eagle House. And you can see even in this view, it doesn't appear to be substantially taller than other foreground buildings. It doesn't really project much further above the shoulder heights. This is a view from further down City Road, looking north. Again, you can see how the building appears to be of a broadly similar height to the other taller buildings in the area. This is a view from further south on Old Street Roundabout. Again, the building appears to be part of this kind of family of secondary buildings in the cluster and doesn't project significantly above the shoulder height of the foreground buildings. This is a view looking south, closer up to the development. So here you get a sense for the materiality, also for the interaction of the entrances with the public realm. You also get an idea for some of the proposed public realm works that would happen, which would include tree planting and works which I'll turn to in a later slide. But also you get a feel for the kind of the general context at street level as you would experience the building amongst its neighbours. This is a view from further north up East Road. You can see how it's subordinate to the taller Atlas building, but it's still with there's lower rise former warehouse buildings in the foreground. I think this view is significant in that the nature and character of the buildings in the foreground, some of which are of heritage value, is such that we believe that the proposal site would be the northernmost part of the cluster, and we don't envisage any further developments to the north of this site coming forward that would be acceptable for a tall building. So this building would effectively kind of complete the northern part of any emerging cluster that may happen in this location. This is a view further north of East Road and the bend in the road, and again you can see the kind of relationship between the proposal building and the Atlas building. This is a view from the corner of Niles Street and Provost Street, just to give you an idea of it from multiple viewpoints. And this is a view from within the South Shoreditch Conservation Area. It's from halfway down Great Eastern Street. You can see how it terminates this key view, but that it doesn't project significantly above the shoulder height of the other buildings. And then this is the final CGI, which is showing you the view from the corner of Old Street and Great Eastern Street. Again, the building, it's subordinate to the Atlas. It doesn't project significantly among the other foreground buildings. It does project somewhat in this view, and it is probably more noticeable in this view than others, but officers are comfortable with the height of this building, with the height of the building in this view in townscape terms. So more generally, overall, the impact of the proposed development is considered to be acceptable in townscape terms. The building would appear subservient to the taller Atlas building as part of the emerging cluster and would not project significantly above the shoulder height of the foreground buildings in key views. The proposal has also been found to not harm the setting of nearby designated heritage assets. The building's design is considered to be of a high quality, and conditions are recommended to ensure that the final materials and detailed design are of the highest possible quality. So just finally turning to the public realm proposal. So this is a drawing of the proposed section 278 works, which would incorporate Silbury Street and East Road. So it would involve some planting and repaving of Silbury Street, repaving on East Road, the provision of a pocket park, and then a dedicated servicing bay. The next slide just shows you an impression of what that might look like in practice. And then finally, there's a separate contribution towards what's known as phase 2 of the wider public groundworks on East Road. So phase 2 is outlined with this dotted line, as you can see in the plan. So this site will be contributing £150,000 towards that scheme, which is a significant contribution. The first phase is along the Atlas development and the East Provost and East building. So that would be completed in advance of this, and altogether, the two phases together would result in a significant improvement in the ground level pedestrian experience on East Road. So we have some public realm improvements in front of Ian Bowater House. We have various tree planting. There's also a reduction in the number of lanes, so there will be a reduced amount of vehicular traffic. We think that this the combination of the Section 278 works and the wider public realm contribution help mitigate the impact of a tall building in this location, and also help improve the wider pedestrian environment on East Road. So overall, the proposed development is considered to be acceptable in planning terms, and the impacts upon nearby residential units in terms of daylight, sunlight, privacy, and an increased sense of enclosure are considered to be within acceptable limits. As such, the recommendation is to approve planning permission subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Claire, please.
Yeah, thank you, councillors and chair. I'm part of a Britannia building, which is a building that you would not have seen on any of those pictures because it is swamped by the developments of the Atlas, of Montcalm, and of the other tall buildings in the area. We were the first to be in the area, and as every building's gone up, the objection is that we've always objected about light, and it's always been that it's a small amount of infringement. Britannia building is, we share the freehold, we're a real sense of community, and what the report doesn't go into is the reduced light, not just on the windows, but on the terraces. And I think on 6.617 and 6.618, it documents the reduction in light. We have no issue over view, but the issue is on light. And we have all the terraces look onto the Montcalm, the Atlas, and Eagle Wharf. And the one bit of sunlight that we have left is actually when the sun comes up above where the proposed building will be. And so our objection is not about having a hotel there, although we've got so many new hotels going up, I question whether we need yet another one. But it's not the fact that we're having a hotel, it's the height of the hotel. If that hotel was, if the level of the new building was to be reduced in line with WeWork, or indeed the student accommodation across the road, which I think is a 14-storey building, then our light would not be impacted on any of the terraces that back on, and they are community terraces that we actually share. So the main issue is around light. The other, which is very difficult to find in the report, is around wind. Since the buildings have gone up, it's like a wind tunnel on the calmest day. And so the wind that comes up the streets, and we are fearful, all the residents are fearful that actually this will actually bring more wind into the area. And you can't sit on the terrace, or even walking up the street is hard work with the various wind tunnels that are projected. So that's something else which I don't think is given out readily in the report. And finally, there's an issue around car parking. When the Montcalm was built, we were told that it was going to be a no vehicle building. Britannia Walk is a constant conflict area with the Montcalm. And as I look at the proposals for this hotel on the other side of the road, I can't see how there will be there won't be issues with cars. Not so much, it will be the weekend rates that they'll get discounts on to be there. And then that's when you get people from out of town driving in, looking for car parking space, and it becomes an absolute nightmare. And so this isn't hypothetical. This all comes from an experience of actually watching the different buildings go up. And the light from the Atlas could make sure that we don't get sun. We used to get sunlight all day long on the communal terrace. We now get it in the morning. And so we really just pleaded that we are going to be in darkness in that small building, which you cannot already see because of where they've taken the pictures. And if that building goes up, so we're opposite the Zeus building, on the other side of Provost Street. So I just implore you to not necessarily stop the building. We're not NIMBYs, but just think about the height of this building and the impact on Britannia Building and the 32 residential units that are there and the community that is actually thriving within it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, please.
Hi there. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Right, okay. I'm Sam Hine from DP9, here to answer any questions you may have about our proposal. I'm joined virtually by Barry Rankin from Summix, the developer, and some other members of our team. Members may remember seeing the rather extensive model of the scheme at the pre-application committee last October. Since then, we've been working hard with your officers and through consultation with the community to ensure the scheme will deliver investment, affordable workspace, and accessible jobs for local residents. There is a 2.5 times increase in office floor space, and the scheme increases jobs to 250 at the site. You would have seen from the officer's presentation that the scheme in front of you today is significantly lower in height than the previous presentation. Officers felt strongly that the building needed to sit more comfortably within the existing cluster of towers, and after some discussions, we've revised the scheme, as you've seen. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I would like to draw your attention to a couple of paragraphs in the committee report, 6.1.11, detailing the affordable workspace offer that goes beyond even the council's emerging policy aspirations. The very low level of comment or objection in paragraph 4.6.3 and 4.8.3, where TfL strongly support the cycle parking provision. Myself and Barry are here to answer any questions you may have, but before I go, I'd like to remind members that the site is currently a small, outdated office block designed for an era of typing pools and tea trolleys, and is at the end of its economic life. It offers little to the public realm or economic activity in Hackney. The proposal here tonight will ensure this corner of Hackney is rejuvenated, regenerated, and repositioned as a destination for work and leisure in the better times ahead. That's all. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, could I kick off this one, and let's try and deal with this Britannia, Barry. Could you tell us what your assessment is in terms of the Britannia housing issue? I think it's behind. I've been down to the site, so I've seen the Zeus building. I didn't go and have a look at the down those steps, but if you could tell us how you've analysed that, please.
Yeah, so I think what Claire mentioned was specifically the terraces, so overshadowing of amenity space at the Britannia building. Is that what you're asking me about? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's addressed in the report at paragraph 6.6.25. So there was an assessment done of all amenity areas, nearby amenity areas for overshadowing. So the assessment basically measures would they get 50%, would 50% of its area receive 2 hours of sunlight on the 21st of March. So that's the yardstick in the BRE guidance for measuring overshadowing. So anything less than that would be a noticeable decrease. So in this case, actually on the 21st of March, the terraces in the Britannia building don't receive any sunlight. So there's been no material impact as a result of this scheme. I hear what Claire is saying about at certain times of day and at certain points of the year, there may have been sunlight on the terraces, and you know, the impact of this building, it's not really clear from the assessment whether or not that would be reduced, because it's it only really assesses against the BRE criteria. But obviously we need to assess it in relation to the planning assessment, which uses BRE criteria. In this case, it's in full compliance in terms of the impact on the amenity space there. So for that reason, we think it's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. We might go back to that. Katie, any questions?
I was going to ask the same question, Chair, so I'll pass. But can I just remind people that the chat bar is for technical issues, not for comments on applications?
Thank you. Susan.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. Thanks, Barry. And my first question is actually in the informative, there's something around mentioned it. My first question is on this side. It is a very small space and is going to have 2 levels basement. I'm always concerned when there is excavation in areas such as this because of the surrounding building and facilities. And for this development to have 2-level basement, it means definitely is going to be deeper. And I look through this in the informative, there is mention that the expectation from the developer is during this excavation they need to be careful, sort of advice without anything. I'm not too sure if that is because of regulation, but I will welcome your comment on that. That is the first one. Going to the second one is around again, you mentioned that this the development has moved from having a double the first proposal of the height, but it still looks, I agree that there are a lot of other tall buildings around the area, but in terms of the bulk and the architecture, and I just want to pick on something, I'm not too sure, apology if the architect is around, on page a comment on page 146 by the DR, that they said in the visualization of this building, it looks too heavy, bland, and monolithic, which that is a little bit and looking at it, I feel the same as well. And the other thing, sorry, I've got quite I hope you are noting them. My next question is around the materials. I know you mentioned bricks, so it's just going to, you're only using brick slate to clad, my understanding. What material are they proposing to use at this site? Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I've gone on.
You've asked 3 questions. The first one wasn't really a material planning issue about digging out the basement, but if you could just quickly talk on that, Barry.
Yeah, so I think in terms of the structural impacts, that's not really something that we would cover with planning, but the Sustainable Urban Drainage Officer was, they provided comments in relation to the impact of the piling and excavation upon below ground water, and there was various information was exchanged, and he's now satisfied with the proposal in that regard. There is a condition requiring further information. So we have looked at the issue, but as the chair mentioned, the structural impacts are not something we can really cover with planning. So the next point you raised was about the comments of the DRP. So I think it's important to note, and I think it is stated at the start of the DRP section, that those comments relate to the scheme that was presented to DRP at that time. And the scheme has changed a fair bit since then. So I think the reference to, you know, a monolithic building was, the building was taller at that time. The architectural treatment was different. The materiality was different. So I think that comment is probably not to be taken into too much consideration here, given the changes that have been made. And then I think on the materials, we have control over the final materials to be used through the condition recommended in the report. You know, if we feel that a brick slip system that is proposed is unacceptable, then we have the power to refuse that. But it might actually be good to hear the architect's views on both the architectural style and quality comments, but also their intention and how they intend to clad the building. So maybe we could pass that to them.
Okay, and then comment.
That would be good.
Comment afterwards. Architect, please.
Hello, I'm David Lawrence. I'm the architect for the building. We see this.
Can't hear you, David.
Can you get closer to your machine?
Can you hear me now?
A bit better, yes.
I'll try and speak up a bit. We see this very much as a building that's a transition between the older three, the bigger buildings of the old street roundabouts, and they're somewhat varying materiality, and the more traditional materiality of the packaging brick. And so brick is, for us, the right material to use. We also see it as being, we don't think that there's to introduce more a variety of buildings. And so the idea of creating a tall, calm, slender, elegant piece of architecture which faces to a degree northwards towards Hackney, and is really the entry point going up East Road for the borough is the right thing to do. And when it comes to the detailed design, we're in the process, and hopefully after tonight we'll be into the next stage of detailed design. But as architects, my firm intends to build out everything in the designs, and so we're passionate about the quality of detail of our buildings. We don't want to, we want to carry on and finish a good work that we've started with the initial design concept. And so in terms of I understand there are concerns about the use of bricks, that there have been some horrible buildings that have resulted from their use. We haven't detailed it yet, and we see what we want to achieve as a building that has an appearance of quality and stability, and has a depth to it. And if you look in the design of access statement, you will see a section that begins to explore some of the areas of the building which we will go on into greater detail, subject to the right result this evening.
Thank you, Conor. Conor, can you tell us whether you agree with Susan or not?
Yeah, so I think following on from the, can you hear me okay? Yeah. Grant. Following on from the design review panel and the comments they made about it being monolithic, I think we've worked with the applicant in order to further refine the design. They've done some work to do that. I think the expressive verticality of the grid helps to kind of emphasize its small floor plate and help kind of emphasize the verticality of the building. Relief is created on the facade through the express grid, which is good. We also consider that the material choice of brick and a good one in the way that it transitions between the kind of heritage buildings to the north to moving towards the kind of cluster that it is part of.
Okay, thank you. Susan, does that answer respond to your questions?
Not really, but I'm satisfied. But Chair, my last question is in regards to the affordable workspace, which is one of the selling points for this development. It's good to see that the 40% will be in perpetuity. But what I want to find out is, yes, it's benefiting Hackney, that in terms of marketing, what are the plans to ensure there's no, yes, we want business to come into Hackney, but as well as supporting existing businesses in Hackney? Is there any plans at all to encourage existing businesses in Hackney that can move into the space during the marketing period?
Sam, do you have any sense of that at all?
I mean, only to say, obviously, the world is moving pretty fast and things are changing, and we're monitoring that. We're sort of doing actually quite a lot of schemes with affordable workspace, and the council have got a pretty good system actually for working through that and finding the occupiers. Obviously, the building's going to take will take probably 2 years to build, so we need to think about what the right time is to go and talk to people. But I think we would start early. And go through the council's usual process to identify tenants. But we're very excited by it, and we think it actually is going to be a positive for the building.
Okay, thank you. Right, we've got Michael next, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. Just coming back on to the objectors' concerns about wind impact. It's been addressed at 6.8.1, but I could ask for some clarification here, because a number of sites, 116 measurements have been taken, and only one was found to sustain an increase in strong winds. That's complete. That can be pretty, harmful for people when walking through it. And although it goes on to say that the annual increase against the baseline condition is negligible, can you just clarify what that actually means?
Yeah, no problem. So basically, like you said, I have 116 measurement points. Only one showed an increase against the existing baseline. So basically, it's calculated on an annual basis. So it went from having 2.4 hours of strong gusts. So that's gusts that would be, walking would be less comfortable, shall we say. It went from 2.4 hours per year to 2.7 hours per year. So a very marginal increase in terms of the annual amount of that impact. It's also worth noting the location of that. So that particular measurement point was in the center of East Road. So not on a pedestrian crossing. So I would say that it's not a particularly well used part of the public realm in the area, one that people would experience that impact. But as you mentioned, it's a fairly small increase. And it's also worth mentioning that 2 of the measurement points actually showed a reduced impact compared to the baseline condition. So overall, there would be a net improvement in the wind conditions on the site. I know that might be difficult to believe that the addition of a building could improve it, but that's what the wind tunnel assessment found. So yeah, we feel that it's not, and the increase is negligible, as we said.
It is difficult to believe. I cycle down there, and sometimes I'm pushed backwards. It's such a wind count, I mean, this is, I find it difficult to believe there's not acknowledgement that there's an issue down that road.
The assessment does acknowledge the issue, but it acknowledges the issue in the baseline, and we have to compare the proposed to the baseline.
Okay.
And the impact in terms of the difference, as I mentioned, is pretty small.
Okay. It's a hell of a wind tunnel. Okay, thank you, Michael. We'll have to take that as Peter.
Hello, I wasn't quite finished. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Michael.
Sorry. I'm just concerned that the idea that the planting and landscaping proposed at the building base as part of the 278 works help to improve the microclimate. I mean, we're not going to put in 100-year-old trees, are we? We're going to put saplings in. I can't believe that's going to be any sort of barrier. I mean, what other mitigation could be possibly put to reduce this increase? There must be something.
So I think we would seek mitigation measures where harm has been identified. In this case, the harm is negligible. The increase in harm is negligible. So we haven't sought any specific measures, but the package of highways and public realm improvements does include landscaping, which would help mitigate those impacts. So even though they're not necessary in order to mitigate wind, it's a sort of an added benefit of the wider public realm scheme. But I do think that despite the fact that the trees won't be as mature as they could be, they still will provide some improvement. And also, it's not just about improving the wind environment, but I think the overall pedestrian environment would be uplifted as a result of the contributions. So I think that will help improve the general environment on the road. Also, the wider pavement widths will help alleviate some of that problem. It'll be more comfortable walking environment, even if it is a bit windy.
Look forward to trying it. Okay, thank you, Barry.
Come back to that. Peter.
I too noted the design panel had a right old go at this early on, didn't they? So, and in fact, in the visualizations that we were shown, I felt they were a bit unfair for what's come out at the end. But as you say, things have moved on. It just does look to me as if the brick finish actually fits in rather nicely with those streetscapes, as long as the visualizations are accurate. We're always a bit suspicious what things look like in practice. The only thing I did not hear, as a committee, we normally take the view that we prefer things built properly with brick and not with the use of brick slips. And I did not hear David, Lawrence or Sam given an assurance that that was the proposed way ahead. So could perhaps one of them confirm exactly what the finishing material is intended to be at this stage?
Sam, tell us what you think.
It may be better for the architect to answer that. David, is your microphone working okay?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
That's a bit better, yeah.
Okay. Look, it's a brick building. We will use brick where we can. If you look at the elevations and the detail that we put into the design and access statement, you'll see that there are quite deep returns on the brickwork. So it won't be a slip building. It will be a brick that has depth to it. And I think as we go through the design process, the detailed design, that will come out. But I think you can rest assured that it will be of quality. It won't be at this point.
Okay, we'll look to control for that, Peter, at the end. Have you any more questions?
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Claire.
My first question is in reference to the comments that Claire made about the overshadowing. And I know Barry talked about the BRE, that it met the BRE guidelines in the sense that there was no light on March 21st. So it didn't change, the current situation wasn't changed. I mean, to me, that just shows the limitations of the BRE guidance, because, I mean, Claire seemed to imply that obviously the terraces got light at other times, and I think that should also be considered. But I also wanted to ask about Zeus House. I know you showed us a slide. Could you just go through again very quickly how the shape means that those residential buildings are able to, not be impacted as much, just given the height and the fact they are incredibly close to the site. It's quite hard to kind of visualize how that works. Every property on that line.
Okay, I'll just start with this section. So you can see here the kind of the relative distances. I've taken down the distances so I can tell you what they are. So it's 6.5 meters at the nearest point. So residential starts at this level. So that would be second floor level. So 6 meters is the nearest it gets. And then it goes to 8 meters at the next level up. And that again is at the nearest point. So obviously this is quite close proximity. If we go to the floor plates, you can see how that proximity has been minimized as much as it can be, really, within the context of this scheme, by the way the building narrows at that end. So if you imagine the occupants of this building having access to some degree of outlook across either side of the building, and of course that would have knock-on effects to the amount of light they would get. So the stepping, going back to the section, helps alleviate that issue. And in fact, some of these images show it quite well. So you can see the way that it's kind of stepping at various levels down towards it, and it was a key consideration in how the building was designed. But another image I have, which wasn't in the presentation, but just in case this came up, is the floor plans of the Zeus House. So these are the 3 residential floors. The development side is on the top. So basically where my cursor is in the top of the floor plans. So you can see that the units affected, the majority of them have living rooms that have a dual aspect, or in fact, perhaps even not an aspect onto the development side. So on the top floor, the living rooms of most of the units face either towards Provost Street or to the north or south. There is one single aspect unit which faces directly onto the site, and that's the same across each floor. So these units are being impacted, and the daylight sunlight assessment acknowledges that. But we feel that there are mitigating circumstances, not least of which is the distance of the windows to the boundary. So obviously any development which comes right up to the boundary, which is not an unreasonable extent of development, you would have to say, provided that the levels are kept low enough, is going to have an impact on these units. So there is an impact upon them. There is an impact upon daylight and upon an increased sense of enclosure. But we feel that the constraints of the site are such that it's largely unavoidable, and that it's been mitigated as much as it can be, and that it's within acceptable limits. Does that cover it, or is there anything else?
Yeah,
I think
That's
your
no. Sorry, Vincent.
So I think your issue about the terrace, the problem the officers have is the BRE guidelines are, I guess, there, and they would have to find another way of sustaining an argument that that this building impacts to such a degree that we should refuse or do something to try and deal with that. And so it's I don't think it's not a matter of not accepting the BRA guidelines. It's a matter of understanding what we can sustain at an inspector's appeal, I think. And it's similar with just for Anna's interest, really, the fact of that Zeus building being so close to the car park effective boundary does mean that it's a poor neighbour. And as such, its light is not protected as much as it would be if it was set back a bit further. So it's, I'm surprised we haven't got any Zeus residents. Are we sure we consulted with Zeus House properly?
Yeah, we did.
From,
yeah. We've had no comments from anyone from Zeus House. No objections.
That's amazing, actually. Okay.
Can I ask one more quick question? I was just going to ask about the use of the hotel, and I just wondered. I know you said. I know the report goes into detail about the number of hotel places that Hackney is allocated by the GL. I think figures that were asked for in 2017. I wonder whether that's quite old now, because that's kind of 3 years old. Has there been any conversations with the other hotels in terms of how busy they are, whether they're fully utilised, etc.? You know, in terms of seeing that, you know, there is a demand for, you know, a 23-storey building with, is it 100 and odd rooms on this?
230. Yeah.
230 hotel rooms on this site.
So there has been an assessment of that. There was a marketing assessment put in, which showed that, you know, that this particular type of hotel would meet a specific demand. I think it differentiates itself from other hotels in the area, that it's kind of a mid-price hotel. It's not quite the kind of high-end 4 or 5 star, but it's not. It might be 4 star, but it's not budget and it's not high-end. So it kind of positions itself in the middle. But speaking more generally about the GLA targets, you know, as the report mentions, there's a comfortable surplus still remaining. We did calculate the number of units that have been completed since that time period began, the number with planning approval, and we still have a surplus of approximately 1,000 rooms. So there's still comfortably a demand within the GLA projections. And as I mentioned, there is also a marketing basis for a hotel in this location, for demand for a hotel in this location.
But I think it's right to note that the LP33 does start to put a brake on the number of hotels coming forward, and so at some point we will be saying enough is enough. I think that's fair to say. We've been counting these hotel rooms go up for a long time now. Steve, have you any questions, please?
Hi, Chair, I do. Thank you. I've probably got 3 areas to cover. First off, at the beginning of the pack, it says that this is in Hoxton East and Shoreditch. It's not. It's in Hoxton West. I don't know whether that's I know it's whether it's relevant or not, but at least for the record, it should be put. And then 4.7.3 and 4.7.4. The residents that were consulted are Colville Estate and Hobbs Place, which are in Hoxton East, and quite significant distance from the area. So I'm a bit confused about why those TRAs were consulted, whereas it looked like Provost, which is very close by, was consulted. But I don't get the sense that many other local residents were consulted, certainly not from the pack. And I'm a bit confused about why Zeus, no one from Zeus was registered any thoughts at all. So could either the officers or the developers sort of give a clarity about what's going on with that?
Officers.
Do you want me to carry on, or shall I leave that one first and then come back to my second two? Sorry, I missed you.
Carry on, please.
Carry on. Just in terms of the design review panel, it was not immediately unanimous, was the phrase used, as to whether the site was appropriate as such a tall building. It goes on to say that, you know, eventually came to the conclusion it was, but that leaves some question about whether it is suitable for this building. So I wonder whether the officers can go into what the discussion was around that, because that street is becoming quite crowded and quite dingy, and as has already been discussed, lots of wind. I'd like to understand a bit more about the design as well, because it looks a lot like lots of other slightly similar buildings. It feels very sort of the moment. It looks like it will date quite quickly, I think. It's not very interesting, as well, I think. And then the third point is probably around the use. And I understand that we've got a concession around affordable workspace due to the overall workspace not being delivered. But is it the case that the overall workspace isn't being done because of the design of the building, or because you would never get the level of workspace on that site that we want? It sort of feels like a bit of a chicken and egg, and we're not getting to the bottom of it, I suppose. It doesn't meet our policy, so why are we sort of accepting something else elsewhere, basically? Could you talk about those issues, please? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So on the so noted on the ward, I'll get that corrected in the minutes. In terms of the TRAs, I think that might be an admin error. Effectively, I think there seems to be a kind of certain TRAs seem to be consulted on applications. I'm not quite sure how those ones were identified. They it might maybe something that was done in error. But yeah, there's no plan necessarily to consult with TRAs, to seek out nearby estates and consult with TRAs. That wasn't the intention. It wasn't an error there. I think it was just that the TRAs that have been consulted were done so in error. So it wasn't a question of some being missed out. It was just the ones that were consulted shouldn't have been consulted in the first place, effectively. I hope that answers the question.
Sorry, it does. Before you go on, are we sure that all local residents were consulted?
Yeah, so the consultation exercise that was carried out did, generate some responses, and we also had a second consultation exercise. So there's been 2 rounds. There's been a site notice. There's been press notice. There's also the developers might be able to speak to whatever consultation they did prior to submission. There's a statement of community involvement that's been submitted. So I think we're confident that we've met our statutory duty in terms of consulting with neighbours. That includes Zeus House. I couldn't speak for the reason why they may not have objected, but obviously there's a large number of students, etc., living in the area. Perhaps that's got something to do with it. There's also been a large construction offices on the car park up until very recently, so perhaps they've just become used to development right across the boundary. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, there's been no response, and we're confident that we've done it properly, the consultation exercise.
Sorry,
Chair, at the end, could we ask the resident how they felt the consultation went, but after the...
1 minute, Barry, is there a site notice been put up?
Yes.
You've got evidence of that, have you?
I didn't put it myself, but I believe there is evidence.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Steve.
Sorry, I was just asking if we could bring in the resident. I'm afraid I can't see her name. So, from Britannia at the time of your choosing.
Yeah, nobody in our building was sent any consultation papers of anything. The only reason that I was made aware of it was because I have a dog, and I was walking my dog in Shoreditch Park, and somebody was said that they'd seen a notice, but we only, and that's why it's all been quite late. And it's been for the good of COVID that we have a WhatsApp group in a building that we could rally round and have some thoughts on it.
Okay, this is an important point. Actually, is Christine there? Christine, can you tell us, in terms of, there's some doubt about consultation. Is it enough that that a site notice fulfills our statutory obligation?
To be honest with you, Chair, there is a legal duty on the council to consult, and so part of that consultation procedure would be site notice. It would also involve letters being sent out to the local residents, and also the council would have in fact adopted a statement of community value, and in that statement of community involvement, there would be sort of clear guidelines with regards to how, in what method and what means the council will carry out its consultation process. And if at the end of the day, the residents are saying that proper consultation hasn't been carried out in accordance to our statement of community involvement, then there is that legitimate expectation that the council will proceed in accordance to our SCI. And if we haven't done so, then it's a matter of public fairness hasn't been carried out.
Okay,
so would it be helpful if I talked a little bit about the process we went through that was mentioned earlier?
1 minute, 1 minute. It might do in a minute. Let's get to the bottom of our process because that's the important one. So Barry, can you tell us again how you're convinced that all these letters went out? And should Britannia have got one given its proximity to the site?
It should have. So 409 letters were sent. So we received objections not just from people who live in Britannia House, but also from Ian Bowater Estate and the commercial building to the north. So I think that indicates that it wasn't just a kind of word of mouth situation in Britannia House, and probably that it wasn't even word of mouth in the community. I think we can be confident that the letters were sent. Our online records show that they have been. We're confident a site notice was put up. I think we've met our statutory duty. All evidence suggests that we have.
3 objectors have been received to date, it says. What's the original?
The addendum adds another, I believe, 3 onto that, but originally there was just 3. So I think we're at a total of 7 now, I believe.
So we did send them out at least. We put a statutory notice up in the street, and you've got some evidence of that. Okay, and in terms of newspaper?
Yeah, press notice as well, yeah.
And what press did it go in?
It would have gone in Hackney Citizen, because this was after we switched to Hackney Citizen rather than Hackney Today. It may even have gone in both, but certainly Hackney Citizen.
That's confident in all this?
Sorry.
Yes, so we double checked our records, and the site notices were put up. As Barry says, over 400 letters were sent out, and there were 2 rounds of consultation and the press notice. So we're confident that we've complied with our statutory duty and the statement of community involvement.
Okay, thank you. Let's hope we have, and we've been assured that we have. Developer Sam, what consultation did you do?
Yeah, just to state that in addition to the statutory process the council went through, we went, before we submitted the application, through a very comprehensive consultation exercise. So we sent out 2,477 letters 3 times, once as an introduction, once the newsletter, and then an invitation to an exhibition. And those letters covered the area from Shepherdess Walk all the way to Pitfield Street. So I think that, we really did cast the net widely. Made sure we spoke to everybody that wanted to speak to us.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, Steve. That's the important point. If we could. So, what was your other 2? Can you answer those, Barry? Down.
There was the DRP issue. So yeah, you mentioned that it was not unanimous. So just to kind of reiterate that was a previous version of the scheme, and that the height has come down since then. So while I think there wasn't blanket approval for a building of the height proposed then, and officers were in agreement at that point, I think it's come down to such an extent now that we're certainly happy with it. So I think, yeah, those comments were in reference to a taller building. In terms of the quality of the design, I think probably Connor should respond on that one, it being not interesting. But maybe shall I just finish on the affordable workspace issue and then divert to Connor?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you mentioned, you were talking about the office use, and has the design of the building basically compromised the amount of office? So in fact, the design of the building has been done so to maximize office. The constraints in terms of daylight, sunlight, and increased sense of enclosure mean that the tower element needed to be quite small, quite slender, brought away from the boundaries, and chamfered in such a way as to minimize those impacts. So what's happened is that any building which basically rises above the 6th floor level needed to have a very slender floor plate, making office provision very difficult. I think if you were to have office any higher up, you would be increasing the number of lifts and further compromising the floor plate efficiency. So we did go through an exhaustive exercise here to maximize office, which did include the addition of the mezzanine level, some provision at basement level, and of course the affordable workspace offer, which is quite considerable and a key benefit of the scheme. So maybe does Connor want to, if that answers the question, maybe Connor could cover the design stuff.
Yeah, I think in terms of the design, I think in terms of the materiality, we consider that, I guess I kind of alluded to it earlier, but the kind of transition between the brick, typical brick character of the buildings to the north and the east, and kind of transitioning towards the cluster is successful. I think there is, although it does have a very rigorous kind of grid system, it's very ordered, reflecting the kind of hotel use that sits behind that facade. Also, there is visual interest created in the junction between the podium and the tower, where the office use kind of transitions to hotel use. And obviously, with a scheme like this, we have controls at the discharge condition stage to kind of ensure that they're really high quality materials that are used, high quality detailing. We'll be asking for a 1-to-1 mock-up panel. So we're happy that the design quality of the proposal, is acceptable. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anna, any questions, Anna?
No, Chair, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, I've got a couple actually. One very simple observation, Kazim. A 2-tier bike rack is a terrible thing. I'd rather have no bike racks than a 2-tier bike rack. They just don't work. Please, if you can do anything to stop that, that would be good. The plant, is the plant going to be covered by the building, Connor?
Shall I answer that one quickly before Kaz? Yeah, I think we've ensured that throughout the design process, so it takes up the top 2 floors of the proposal. And actually the kind of crowning expression at the top of the building kind of denotes that.
Okay.
So yeah, we're comfortable.
Okay, it wasn't a question for Kazim, it was a plea, really. Being, the Zeus issue we've covered, the bike rack. Kazim, I do want to ask you this, and that is that the aspiration of this committee before, when we talked about the Atlas building and all these buildings down the bottom, was actually the public realm issue for this street is the fact it's a one-way gyratory system. So I'm surprised that you're thinking about narrowing the carriageway without thinking about the substance of the issue of that horrible one-way street. And we've tried to pencil in the monies that had been suggested before, quite considerable monies, to resolve that one-way gyratory system. I wonder what the thinking is in the department.
Thanks, Chair. So we've kind of consulted a lot of officers internally, and I think as a result of the East Road development at Atlas House, so the neighbouring development as well as this one, the key consideration was just managing the vehicle dominance and reduction of a traffic lane. So one traffic lane was closed for a number of years due to the construction that was going on for Atlas building. So yeah, the priority, as far as I understand it, has been to reduce vehicle dominance, and the public realm scheme addresses that. I'm not aware of a plan to get rid of the gyratory at the moment. Something that I can go back and try and find out more about, but yeah.
Well, it will. Those comments will be attached to the planning permissions at some place. I think there's been three buildings now that a considerable amount of money, and if it was the case that taking out a lane meant that we were going to have a one-way gyratory system forever, I think that's a disappointing outcome.
I think, if I may, Chair, so one thing that we're doing in the area, it's kind of we're targeting Hoxton West as part of road filtering scheme. So I think one of the schemes went to cabinet on 29th of June as well, which looks to kind of close off a lot of junctions leading into kind of Vestry Road, and so we're targeting this area as a low traffic neighbourhood.
Well, we'll write a note into the informative again, into the thing that we're to be consistent. The lady was saying that the car parking was terrible. I think that sadly we're not the car parking highways authority, but if you can take that back, that would be useful. Coming to the wind issue, Barry, you said that this is the basis. It's pretty windy already, and this is not going to really. Is there anything that the developers now can do to resolve that wind issue? Because a windy hotel is not very attractive.
I mean, we need to, any contributions or conditions we seek need to be justified to mitigate the impacts of the development.
I say, is there anything you can do to deal with wind that you've already got?
I think the public realm improvements are the main thing we can do, to be honest. The tree planting will have an improving effect. And like I said, the pavement widening should help there as well. I mean, other than that, you're talking about physical alterations to the building, which in this case wouldn't be warranted or justified. Obviously the decisions that were made previously in relation to the other tall buildings in the area have created an environment which is quite windy, but obviously we need to consider this scheme. And
well, architect, then, is there anything you can do in terms of, I don't know, the architecture of your building to reduce the wind?
Yes, I'd say that there is, and we've done it actually, which is to give depth to the facade, which rather than the wind just sliding off the building, is broken up by the form of the building. So that will help that situation. And Barry's right, the tree planting at the ground level and the public realm will again add a further dimension of help to it. But
let's hope you can have some handmade bricks that make it even rougher. Maybe try and resolve Peter's issue then about the bricks. Can we have a condition, Barry, that if these guys want brick slips, then we should come back and see them? Otherwise, we'll leave it to officers.
Yeah, no problem.
Is that okay, developer Sam?
I was just going to say that, I think it's inevitable there will be a mixture. I think David explained a mixture of brick slips and bricks to create the scheme that we've designed. So I think that it is. So it's whether you would want to ordinarily see the design again at committee, but we'll have a mix.
We like to see the material sometimes. We're very enthusiastic about good material. Okay, thank you very much. Right, is that everything? Oh, Michael, one more.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed on 8.129, the hotel has designed for 10% of the rooms to provide wheelchair access, and yet on the street, we just say that a car park design and management plan which identifies potential spaces on Curtin Road that could be converted to blue badge spaces. I thought our position, our default position now was that was a requirement rather than a could be. Any comment?
Yeah, before I pass to Kasim, I should clarify that the addendum actually removes that sentence from the report. So we're covering the parking, the disabled parking through the travel plan now, but there is on-site parking. Perhaps Kasim is better placed to speak about this.
Sure. Thanks, Barry. Thanks for your question, Councillor. So there are 2 parking spaces proposed on East Road, and they would be made available from the best occupation. They're the nearest 2 spaces available on the public highway.
Right.
I think they're shown on the public realm plan that Barry kind of briefly shared.
Yeah, I can get it back up.
Yeah. How far away is that from the entrance to the hotel?
10 meters, 15
So
meters maybe.
you see my screen?
Yeah.
So where my cursor is, so they're basically right beside.
Okay.
This is the development side here.
Okay, fine. I had just, okay, I'm pleased that's been resolved. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, there are no more questions. So we have a recommendation.
Chair, Councillor Potter has got her hand up.
Councillor Potter. Go on then.
Chair, thank you. I just wanted to ask if the resident Claire Ewings.
Can you use your microphone, Claire?
Sorry, Councillor Hanson. I just wanted to ask Chair whether it's possible for the resident Claire Ewings to comment on any of the feedback she's heard.
I'm astounded that there was 2,000 letters that went out to different people. So on the consultation, I think something's gone awry with that because genuinely nobody in this block for sure received anything. There might have been something on the lamppost. So that's I'm really concerned about that. And as I said, I mean, and the hotels, there's 2 or 3 others that are planned. One behind where 15 was going to be. There's a 5-star going up off Cropley Street. The Montcalm is just currently being refurbished again, and the occupancy of that is normally pretty low. So that was interesting. But for me, it's the light. Wind and the light are the 2 big things. So I have no objection to a building going up, but we know that if it goes above we will be as of that day in March all year round. Whereas we get from the end of May, it's only the Atlas that covers anything at the moment. We get from when the sun is at its height, we do get some sun on that terrace, but we will be in darkness pretty much all year round, which is it seems, I don't know, it seems a bit unfair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a recommendation to approve conditional planning permission subject to a legal agreement. That one extra condition that I've suggested. All those in favour, please show. Okay, Katie, please.
4.
Susan?
4.
Michael?
4.
Peter?
4.
Claire?
4.
Steve?
4.
Anna?
4.
Thank you very much indeed.
Where's the time?
Ooh. Sorry? Claire, can I ask you?
Sorry?
I asked you, didn't I, Claire?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
you did.
Yeah, I have a vote recorded for Councillor Potter.
Thank you. Okay. Next item, please, then.
Chair, please, can I say something before we go into that? I'm going to be logging off now.
Okay.
I send a response in terms of this meeting. I'm a mental health campaigner and promotion specialist. I've been advising people what teleconferencing due to people's well-being and mental health is now over 3 hours, almost 3.5 hours. I want Natalie and Christine to take that away. It's not good for anyone's well-being to be watching thumbnail photos for over 3 hours. On that note, I'm going to log off. I cannot continue at this stage. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Susan, for raising that. It's a good point, and we will take that up. But we need really to pursue this, I'm afraid. I hope others are happy to continue if we can.
Getting square eyes, but carry on.
Yeah, okay. Louise, please. I've got for Finn House, I've got some objectors. So Emma Gribble,
yes.
Michael Spooner and Councillor Maxwell as objecting, and I've got Samantha Stevenson as speaking for. If Emma and Michael, you need to split that 5 minutes, so 2.5 minutes, please, each.
Yes.
Councillor Yvonne Maxwell, you will have 5 minutes. You don't have to use it. Samantha will give you the time that the others add up to, so it's fair for you. Okay. Louise, please.
Hi. I'll just present my screen now. Oops, sorry, come on. Okay, can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, great. So this is a planning application for Finn House on Bevenden Street in the western part of Hoxton. This is the site plan here, so you can see this is there are two buildings in Finn House. We're talking about the one to the west, not to the one to the east, which is this one here. The existing building is a 5-storey purpose-built block of flats built in the 1950s. So you can see here it's got these kind of 3 main elements with these 2 stair cores in the middle. This is a picture looking east along the rear of the building. This is the very western edge of Finn House with this new building built to the west. This is the small area of trees and landscaping that currently exists behind the building. And this photo just shows the access to the rear of the building along the eastern boundary. So this application was originally presented to committee in September 2019. It was deferred at that meeting pending further information on the development. So I'm just going to run through the scheme quickly and then I'll address some of the issues that were raised at the end. So you can see here, this is the proposed elevation. So what we've got is a new floor on an existing purpose-built block of flats, providing 8 new residential units. These are the proposed front and rear elevations. You can see that the new story at the top will replicate in design the floors below. Here are just the floor plans of the 8 units. So these 3 are the ones on the eastern end, the 2 in the middle, and then these 3 at the western end. So one of the reasons it was deferred was some more information on the townscape impacts. So the agent has provided these additional street scene elevations. You can see the existing 5-storey building at the top and the proposed development with the extra floor below. They've also provided some CGIs. So you've got these 2 existing views on the left, one looking east along the street and one looking west, and then the corresponding CGIs for the proposed building. And again, you can see this new floor for the new units at the top. One of the issues was about the materials that were proposed for the building. So these photos just show a couple of panels that were built on site by the applicant. This this one on the left matches these bands at the top on the balconies or the access ways, and then the darker bricks are the main bricks. One issue that came up, I suppose we can come back to this a bit if we need to, is whether or not a lift was, providing a lift would have been possible. It was assessed, but it was found that because there's no existing lift provided for the building, it wouldn't be feasible to provide one, both because of the areas that you would need to put it. A possible location to the rear of the building would affect the existing units, but wouldn't be able to they wouldn't be able to use it. And then just finally, this diagram shows the proposed bin store and cycle stores and the replacement planting to the rear. Great.
Stephen doing? She keeps popping up here.
I'll just so my recommendation obviously is the 8 units should be granted planning permission subject to conditions in a section 106 because it meets the planning policy. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Sorry for that outburst. It was so frustrating.
Oh, sorry, that's not the one I wanted. Stop it. Here we go.
Thank you. So Emma, please. We've got 2.5 minutes.
Starting now?
Yes, please.
Okay, I've lived in Bevenden Street for over 25 years. I'm an architect specialising in housing, and I'm speaking on behalf of my neighbours. We object to this application on 3 grounds. It will have a detrimental impact on the character and visual amenity of Finn House and Bevenden Street. It fails to meet modern housing standards as set out in the London Plan, and the application documents are misleading. The last time this application was presented, officers proposed deferral because councillors were considering refusal, and more information was requested on the materials and the design, the construction management plan, waste storage and collection, lift and accessibility, and bathroom stacking. We believe insufficient new information has been provided and there have been minimal changes in the design. There is no construction management plan, so residents are still concerned about how the new flats will be constructed over their heads. The number of bedrooms has been reduced, so the scheme now is closer to national space standards, and the only other change is new seating next to the bins. This scheme will not provide good quality family housing. There's a maximum of 11 bed spaces for children and no play space. There's 5 flights of stairs and no lift and no wheelchair accessible homes. The bin store is located in front of the living rooms of existing residents and where waste cannot be collected by Hackney operatives. We don't think that this is fair or reasonable. The new flats do not stack with the flats below. You have noisy above quiet and bathrooms above bedrooms. The mitigating measures proposed by the applicant are not shown on the sections and elevations. The drawings are inconsistent. We're also concerned about loss of trees and the only green space on site. There is also no affordable housing. In conclusion, we believe this scheme will have a detrimental impact on the scale and character of this narrow residential street. We believe it is a poor quality pastiche design that disregards planning policy, requiring extensions to enhance and protect the positive qualities and characteristics of individual dwellings and the wider townscape. It ignores clear planning precedent, including Hackney's own residential development, and fails to meet modern housing standards. The impact of these concerns is cumulative, so we believe these proposals should be rejected.
Thank you. Michael, please.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you. I represent a family member who is on the top floor of Finn House. They'll be directly affected by the proposals. It's over their head. Whilst not in a conservation area, the context is still sensitive. Finn House has architectural significance. Hoxton has diverse social fabric, home to many families. I respect that the council has a challenge to manage the change that comes from nearby Old Street. Young transient professionals looking for homes, nighttime economy, antisocial behavior. But in principle, I actually support rooftop development and agree that, you know, looking creatively to provide quality new housing that is accessible, sustainable, and meets local needs. But this proposal does not address these. The last 3 months of lockdown has shown a light on another dimension to the value of our homes. This scheme offers very little to the residents or the local community, except a few more homes. There's a bench next to a bin store. There's some much needed cycle parking space. There's insufficient gain. This is a scheme of missed opportunities. I'll focus on just two: access and design quality. First, access. The assessment of lift viability is vague and unconvincing. It has not explored creatively how the rubbish chutes could be replaced or repurposed with lifts while maintaining the spirit of the 1950s, 30s. There's been some discrepancy, incidentally, in the design access statement regarding the age of the property, but notwithstanding, the impact on existing windows is minimal. The affected kitchens already benefit from ample daylight from the open plan living room, the southern aspect. And actually, besides, had the residents even been consulted? I don't think so. At present, none of the 55 flats have level access, despite aging residents in several of the units, and the intent to provide for families. So this is a short-term, short-sighted, and a missed opportunity not to make Finn House accessible with clearer, safer, better entrances. Second, design quality. Simply extruding the block seems naive and opportunistic. Building standards mean the extension will be visibly different, even to the casual observer. Maintaining the pitch roof drives us down the road of a pastiche, makes height even more overbearing on the street scene, impacting the much lower neighbors. In summary, if I could just summarize, in summary.
Michael, thank you.
Yeah.
You've got your 5 minutes. Yvonne.
Thank you. I am disappointed that after the welcome decision by the committee last September to defer this application, that the key concerns of residents and the committee remain. This is why I'm here to support the residents in their objections. This has been branded as offering family housing, but it is 6 flights up with no lift. We need family homes, but I very much doubt families will buy one of these flats. There are many more accessible options on offer with lifts and often play space. In fact, why would anyone choose this option when new builds offer lifts? To have the hassle of shopping, furniture, deliveries being carried up 6 flights, and to restrict any visitors who may have mobility issues. I would question the viability of this development when set against the many others in this area. Since the last meeting, the developers have not contacted the residents to engage with them on the issues. This may not be something they have to do, but I'd have thought it would have been good practice. At the last meeting, it was raised how will they manage to add a floor whilst residents stay in their homes. The concern was that residents would have to move out. It seems very unlikely that they can build on top of residents in their homes. The developers were asked by the committee to provide a construction management plan which would have shown how they would achieve this. They did not do this. They have said they will provide it later, after the decision has been made. What happens if they can't? This is not reassuring to people, some vulnerable, that they may have to leave their homes. This does not instill confidence in the developers. So what does this revised application offer? What value and improvements have they come back with? There is still no lift, either for the new floor or including existing ones. This is an old building. We have many in Hackney where there aren't lifts, but we wouldn't build new like that. Yes, they don't need to for an extension, but this is not just an extension in a house on a 5-floor property. There is no play space. Officers note it's not required if there are fewer than 10 children, and the estimate is 1.5 children using the GLA child calculator. Again, this shows this is not really going to family homes. It's much more likely to be bought up as buy-to-let and flat shares. That may be needed, but that is not what's been sold on. The number of units were reduced last time, so no social housing being offered. The reduction took them just below the cut-off. So again, no affordable housing, nothing wheelchair accessible. And as Mr. Spooner has shown, it's an unimaginative design and it's still a pastiche. In terms of outside improvements, well, there's seating overlooking the bin area. This and the bike storage is planned for the only bit of green space. Still, they're not stacking bathrooms above bathrooms for all flats. This is not possible due to the nature of some of the existing flats being below modern size standards. The developers have come back to say why they cannot do these things. They cannot improve on the original suggestions. This shows that Finn House is not suitable to develop on top of if it's to fit in with the standards now expected of accommodation in Hackney. It's not possible. The developers went away and couldn't find ways to address the key issues, just some minor changes. It's not the sort of homes we want in our diverse borough, where we're working to make it accessible for all. Nothing has been offered of value to the community or the residents. No real improvements to the building or area. No engagement with residents to work on something that could benefit everyone rather than just the developers. It is a lost opportunity. The developers went away and returned with little change. Do we want this in Hackney, where we aim for the highest standards of homes for our residents, where we have a reputation for good design? At the meeting last year, members rightly had many concerns about this application and asked the developers to go away and see what they can do. The answer they came back with is very little. Given this, I would urge you to reject this application. Thanks.
Thank you. Has Samantha managed to engage with us at all?
Samantha seems to have left the meeting. I think she's suffering from some connection problems. I'm not sure if her colleagues, who I can see on the screen, can shed any light. Craig or Jamie?
Hi, yeah, I think she's having some technical difficulties, but we have John Murch with us, who I'm happy to speak.
Okay, John, please.
I think that's the best way forward.
John Murch.
Chair, I'm here. Can you?
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much. Good evening, councillors. Following the deferral of the application, there has been close liaison with the planning officer and subsequent revisions to ensure that the proposed roof extension, which comprises 8 residential units, addresses the concerns that were raised previously and have been mentioned already. An addendum to the previously submitted planning statement that addresses these concerns has been submitted alongside revised plans and additional plans, as already detailed by Louise. Since the submission of this application, the applicant has remained committed to working collaboratively with officers to ensure that support for these proposals can be achieved in line with key local development plan policies. As members will have seen, the applicant has provided a significant level of detailed support of this submission, including a number of comprehensive and detailed further submissions in response to officer and urban design feedback. This has assisted in a positive officer recommendation being achieved with no objections from statutory consultees. The proposal has sought to provide a varied mix of housing, which comprises 3 3-bedroom units, 2 2-bedroom units and 3 1-bedroom units, which will assist in contributing towards the borough's housing supply targets on residential land in a highly sustainable location. The proposal exceeds the 33% family size unit requirement, and the overall mix is considered by officers to be acceptable and meets identified housing need. Additional floor plans have also been provided for all existing and proposed floors, which confirm that all units meet the nationally described space standards and meet the Mayor's housing specification for living, dining, kitchen areas and bedrooms. All units also benefit from a balcony. As detailed already by Louise, the applicant has provided further plans and CGIs to illustrate how the development will look from the street and in the context of the surrounding buildings. As you are aware, the existing context is varied and includes buildings of up to 6 and 7 stories. Consequently, the proposed additional story is not considered harmful in local townscape terms, particularly given the recently constructed 6-story building adjoining the western end of the site. Although the building would be taller than some recent developments on the north side of the road, the subject building has different characteristics, including a setback from the street edge. The submitted townscape and visual impact assessment report demonstrates that despite the proposed increased height, the proposal will not affect the setting of the designated heritage assets, and there is no intervisibility between the application site and any formal public open space. The report finds that the proposal will be acceptably absorbed into the street setting. The proposal also provides secure covered bicycle storage, which does not currently exist on site, for up to 20 bicycles and provides an additional refuse and recycling area to allow for the additional bins required. These would be located to the rear of the site, preserving the character and the appearance of the street scene and ensuring that the residential amenity is unaffected. The new area of storage also provides 4 replacement trees, grass and low-level planting, which will help improve the current appearance of the site. 2 areas of external seating are also proposed for residents, a facility alongside the cycle store, which is currently not available. In respect to the residential amenity of existing occupiers of Finn House, it is recognised the existing residents understandably have concerns regarding the impact of construction works in terms of noise and disturbance, and the officer within her report recommends the imposition of a condition to secure the submission of a construction logistics plan. This condition, which looks at what mitigation methods would be introduced during construction to minimise the impact on occupiers, is welcomed by the applicant, who has also agreed to enter into a legal agreement for the considerate contractor scheme. In conclusion, this proposal represents a sustainable form of development as supported by the Local Development Plan, London Plan and NPPF. The proposed scheme has demonstrated compliance with all of the council standards and will be regulated by your planning conditions. Finally, you may have seen in the news this week that government has created a new permitted development right to allow upward extensions of 2 stories on blocks of flats without the need for planning permission. This comes into force on the 1st of August of this year. It is clear that the application site is exactly the sort of site that the government is looking at in order to help address the national housing shortage. We endorse the officer's view that the proposals constitute sustainable development and will be of a high quality design, and as such, we would respectfully ask members uphold the officer's recommendation and grant planning permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I, just before I hand over to questions, I'd just like to ask Natalie if she can help us really, because I think we do need to get some context in terms of the fact of this being, there's been quite a bit about talk about design and it's not a new build or what have you. And I just wonder if, Natalie, you could give us a bit of sense of context as to what we can and can't do on, an existing building before we go any further.
Thank you, Chair. Is this in the context of space standards?
All of it really, in terms of whether we can demand lifts to make it. It was suggested we should make this accessible, but clearly if it's not accessible now, then there is a limit to, we can't undo what's there, can we? Yeah. I think we set that up for members.
Yeah, that's correct, Chair. So it's we can't kind of retrospectively impose changes in terms of kind of standards on the existing building. I don't know whether maybe is Rob Brew here? Maybe he wants to add a little bit in terms of some of the detail in terms of accessibility and space standards.
I would just add that if you're extending an existing building, obviously you have to work within the constraints of the existing building. So the standards, which are designed to be applied flexibly in any case, can often be much harder to achieve than you would do if you had like a completely empty site where you could start from the ground up. It's really just something to be bearing in mind, that the standards are really designed to be applied flexibly in these kind of circumstances. And a lift, provision of a lift is a good idea and everybody would want one, but it depends again on the site constraints. And I think in this instance, it's been demonstrated to officers' satisfaction that it's too difficult to do. But,
okay, that's a good example then. So can we have questions then, please? Katie, I know you were concerned about the lift last time.
I was. I mean, obviously, we have to think about whether any refusal could be sustained at appeal, and that's always a consideration. We did ask for a construction management plan. I mean, I realise that often it's a requirement that one be produced at a later stage of the game. I'm just looking at the paragraph 1.2 of the report, though, because it says that we asked for additional information to be provided at the meeting for further examination, including the construction management plan, because what it says in that plan, I do think could influence our decision. Often it doesn't, but on this occasion, I think potentially it does. Just on some of the other issues, I think the bin store question, the officers have told us the bin stores have been moved around the back and don't obstruct existing residents' views, but I'd appreciate clarity on that. I accept that the developer probably doesn't need to consult the residents, but I'd like to hear from the developer why they didn't do that. And were we minded to grant this? I think the question of how good a match the bricks are is a relevant one. And if we can't get a good match with the existing bricks, I personally would much rather see a different material than a brick that doesn't match particularly well. Now, I mean, often we've actually asked for samples to be brought to the meeting when we're in the town hall. We can't do that. We have to rely on the officers during coronavirus. And the last thing I'll say, Chair, is if I understood the applicant's representative correctly, he was suggesting that we should accept this now because we might get something worse in August when the rules change. But my understanding of the law is even if we granted this tonight, that doesn't stop them then from using new permitted development rights come August. They could just throw away our permission and go for something bigger. So I don't like being threatened, and I suggest that was not a terribly helpful thing to say.
Let us not to do the same then. Let's focus on the issues. Louise, can you answer a few of those? The construction management plan, is it normal to come in after the event?
Yes, the construction management plan would usually come in as a condition. Sometimes you have draft ones, but it is fairly common for them to be just submitted as a details condition.
Okay, last time we did talk about the issue as to whether we wanted a new intervention, new or a pastiche, and I think the design officers had decided that the solution that was offered was a good one. But we worried about the bricks. Are you confident? Have you actually seen them, or are you just looking at?
I think Matt's probably the best person to comment here. He's taken those photos that you've seen in the.
Matt,
hi, Chair. Yeah, so I've been down on site. The applicants have built brick panels for both of the types of brick, and they're in the committee report as well. And I think you'll see that they are a good match. They've got the same textured patterning on them, and they've used a weathering tint, which is guaranteed for the lifetime of the brick. So we're satisfied that it is a very good match. There's also going to be further testing done on the mortar to make sure that the mortars exactly match as well. So we're confident that it's a good brick and it's a good match.
Thank you. Steve, you were concerned about the bin store. What was that story? Remind me.
Yes, I believe it was two things. The bin store was being built outside of someone's front room on the ground floor, and B, there was no waste management plan, given that it was in a gated development around the back. And Hackney, from memory, Hackney Waste Services said they wouldn't be able to service the bins. In the report, it says that a management, I think, company employee will put the bins out every week. I'd be interested to know how they're planning to make sure that happens, covering holiday, things like that.
Louise, do both of those, location and the amenity, I guess, issue, and whether we're convinced that this bin wheeling out the bins is planned for properly.
Yes, so as you know, the bin stores are located now to the rear. Since the original application, the applicant has committed to wheeling the bins out to the road for collection and replacing them on the day back in the bin store. Our waste services team has confirmed that they are happy with that approach. It is a details condition, so we would be able to enforce against any non-compliance with that if it weren't happening as per the refuse management strategy. As for the bin store itself, because of its location, it will be located in proximity to one of the ground floor units. But we think because of the distance and the existing screening around some of those ground floor units, it won't be too much of an issue.
Thank you. The affordable housing issue, I think, is dealt with by the fact that we know we can't extract affordable housing monies from less than 10 units. That is still the case, and our LP33 hasn't come into play yet, has it?
No, so the LP33, we've had the inspector's decision, so it does have significant weight. That would require an affordable housing contribution on a scheme like this. But the LP33 policy requires a supplementary guidance document to help with the calculation of the figure. And until that SPD is adopted, we are unable to require this development to have a contribution.
Thank you. Stacking the building, it was suggested that stacking would be a good idea, but I think this goes back to Rob Bruce. Rob, can you help us? Is stacking, that they've done what they can given the circumstance they're in?
Louise is probably best placed to answer that. I don't know the details.
Please, stacking.
Yeah, so there are a few issues with the stacking. Mostly it's going to be covered by the building regs, and I confirm that with our building control team. One of the issues is that you would usually require stacking, I think, in residential conversions where you're not really upgrading the floor and ceilings to the same standard perhaps as you are in a new build. And the idea is that because that ceiling on that existing top floor is going to become a floor, the building regs will cover the making sure that the noise transmission is minimized. The other issue, just to quickly bring up, is that a lot of the units on that top floor at the moment are undersized, and it just means that we couldn't replicate the units below it completely, because we would end up with units that don't meet our current design standards in terms of minimum floor areas.
Thank you. And finally, the lift issue. Can you just go through the three locations that were possible for the lift and tell us why we can't add a lift?
Yeah, so I suppose there were kind of four. So the first one is there's no room in the actual core of the building to put a lift, because there obviously isn't a lift at the moment. So then the possibility of a lift was for 3 different sites around the building, the front, the side and the rear. The front would obviously impact on the design of the building. The way that it was looked at, it would be sitting next to the bin stores in front of the existing cores, so you would have issues potentially with accessibility into the building if people were having to go around a lift. But I think one of the main concerns is that it would alter the design of the building quite a lot. The second option obviously is on the eastern side of the building, where there is currently the access way to the cycle park, car parking at the rear. That wouldn't be possible because you'd end up blocking the access to the parking, so that wasn't an option. And then the main option is the one to the rear. I don't know, I might just bring up my presentation again just to show you this diagram quickly. So I'll just show you this one. Can you see the lift diagram on the screen now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is just showing, so this is the floor, the current top floor, and what it's showing is if you were to put a lift to the back around the current cores, you would be affecting the light and outlook of those existing bedrooms, but with no no use by the residents as all of their existing accesses from the front. So yeah, we're satisfied that it wouldn't be possible to provide a lift within this development.
Okay, while you've got your slides up, I didn't answer, or you didn't answer Steve's issue about amenity of where the bin store is. So it was going to be, has it moved at all, or have they just justified it being where it was originally?
It hasn't, no. So it's still here to the rear. One of the things we've asked for in consultation with our previous landscape officer was to make sure that the area in front of the bin store is softened with some planting. And then we've also asked for full details of the bin store to come back as a condition, so that we can make sure that the proposed bin store won't harm the amenity of those ground floor flats.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions, please? Steve.
Sure, I've got a few. Thank you. Sorry. Shall I go?
Yes, please.
I want to just, sorry, Louise, stick on the bins for a moment. I'm pretty sure that we got better pictures and diagrams last time. It feels like this feels quite shoddy generally, but this is a bit more, bit less detail than we had last time, I think. When I look at this, can you just tell me where the window is, where the household is? You can wave your potentially your is it above the bin store, or is it below the bin store? You're on mute, I'm afraid. No, you're still on mute, Louise.
Sorry. So this is Finn House to the north. So this is the kind of outdoor balcony terrace, I suppose more of a terrace at ground floor. So the windows are in here mostly,
Yeah.
just across here.
But it's in the north. Sorry, I can't actually see your cursor. I just realised.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, it's not on the screen.
It's the grey building at the top of the screen.
Yeah. So the bin stores come out and then go near to the window and are dragged across the window along the building, rather than basically south out of that patch and along, are they?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, they're dragged out along the existing footpath because those are 4 car parking spaces. So if you had all 4 cars in there, you wouldn't be able to drag the bins south. You'd have to remove one of the car parks in order to get the bins out to the south.
Okay. And then just back to an employee of the management company who will be dragging the bins out for Hackney to take them away. Who is going to be doing this? And that's probably for the developer. And then B, for you, Louise, or for another officer, what happens if that is not carried on by the developer? So Louise, maybe take that first, and then the applicant can answer my first question.
Okay, so like I said, we've asked for full details in a management plan, which will require that those bins are taken out to the street and back within the same day on collection day. And as I said, because it's a details condition, we do have the ability to enforce against them should they not comply with the contents of the condition.
And what does that enforcement look like?
I'm not an enforcement officer, so I can't really advise on that, other than to say I think that they would be them to do it.
Here, John Sang.
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Hello,
Yes.
John. Tell us about enforcing against this condition.
Yeah, in terms of compliance with the condition, this will be secured by, this will be a details condition for the waste strategy and the operation of the waste management system. So there is no appeals process. There's no chance of appealing against any non-compliance with conditions. So we can continuously take action against the developers for breaching any conditions that restrict or insist upon the waste system being carried out. So we'll monitor the situation closely. once reported, the team can take action and insist that the developers or operators operate the waste management system correctly.
What's the scope of the action, though? That's what I want to know.
It's fines.
Okay, fine. Thank you. And then just to the applicant, I suppose my question that you heard around who's going to be doing this, are they going to be on site all the time? Are they just going to visit once a week to put the bins out? Are you going to synchronize that with Hackney's waste collection kind of schedule? And then somebody had previously asked about why you hadn't engaged with local residents, and I don't think that's been answered yet, and I'd like to know why you aren't talking to residents, given that you're building on top of their homes.
Hi, can you hear me? Is that clear?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So in answer to your first question, we're a large landlord, and we have best-in-class management companies, and we have waste strategy plans like this in place on a number of other blocks. The management companies will obviously ensure on our behalf that these things are adhered to and they're done in line with any conditions that you place upon the granting, if you was to grant planning permission for the development. We have no problems with them currently. I don't foresee there being any problems with them going forward. We often have reports and checkups with the management companies to ensure that they're performing as we expect. And on your second point on consultation, historically we go down the statutory council consultation route. Once that has been dealt with and we get through a planning process, if we are granted planning permission, we of course then consult with all the residents. You'll see before there's been things that we've offered to try and uplift the building and make a positive stance, and some reassurances there that what we're doing is in everybody's best interest. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say on that, other than that obviously it's not in our interest to upset our leaseholders. We are the freeholder of the building. Unity and peace throughout is always the best option for everybody.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Chair, well, that was my question that Steve just reprised. I wonder if the applicant could tell us, for example, whether they've been able to give residents assurances that they won't have to move out while the work is done, as that was a point that was raised earlier. And I assumed that was going to be addressed in the construction management plan, which the committee asked to come back to this meeting and hasn't happened.
Yeah, there's no need for anybody to leave their home whilst the development takes place. I mean, lawfully, we can't ask people to leave or make people leave while such a development is carried out. Everybody will stay in situ and live as they do now, as close to the standards that they have every day, with or without the development taking place.
Was there any more? Michael.
Thanks, Chair. One of the objectors mentioned during the initial part of this presentation was in her view, the poor designer articulation in terms of layout. And she mentions particularly bathrooms above bedrooms. In fact, if that's the case, is that a material design fault, or is it something that we can accept, or it's something that has crept in?
There is.
So that was the comment I addressed when I was talking about the potential for stacking and whether or not it was possible. In this instance, because of the current undersized units on the in the existing building, it's not possible to build units that meet the minimum floor standards that would stack exactly above the units below. And that has resulted in some bathrooms above existing bedrooms. But as I said, the building control team has confirmed that because those existing ceilings would be turned into floors, the building regulations would cover noise insulation to make sure that the transmission of sound between those two uses was minimised.
Are we going to condition that? Make sure that it's properly soundproof?
It's addressed under the building regulations, so they'll be required to do it.
Right. We can monitor that's been done.
The building control people will monitor that's been done. We've got a whole series of planning issues here, layered over a whole series of non-planning issues. We need to be reasonable with this developer, and we need to focus on the planning issues. I hope that's what we will be doing. So is there any more questions? I don't think there are. The recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to conditions. And
we still have some questions for Councillor Potter and Councillor Snell.
Oh, do we? Okay. Councillor Potter. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to ask the developer and also the council the same question, whether you have had experience of doing this kind of situation before in terms of, you know, building on top of a block of flats, and also the council in terms of any similar schemes we've had in our borough, and how the dialogue with residents is kind of encouraged and developed, because it does. I am concerned about the lack of communication with residents on this.
Now,
So I'd
that's
like to
an
put that.
interesting question, and we will ask it, but it is just a question. You know, it's not a planning issue, I don't think. Excuse, sir, Mr. Developer, can you tell us, have you done this sort of thing before?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're allowed to tell you on. We're a large landlord, and we have a whole team here devoted to airspace and rooftop extension development work. So it's well within our remit and expertise to undertake such development. It's not nothing we haven't looked at before.
And Rob, can you tell us whether the council has experienced this before?
The only cases I can immediately call to mind are when we've got council estates where we've carried out all sorts of refurbishment, including roof additions, like in King's Crescent, for instance, where there were existing blocks that had roof additions put on together with like lifts, accesses, and various public realm improvements. Those are the only ones that I can recall.
Can I just point out that I know there was a discussion on King's Crescent, but actually there weren't any roof top additions in the end.
Not in the end, but originally they were proposed. They were
Yeah.
part of the previous planning permission. They were taken out in the subsequent planning permission.
Yeah. So it didn't happen is the point that I'm making. Yeah.
Peter.
Thank you. To be honest, I think the applicant's been arrogant both to residents and to the committee, which does not help them make their case. But
not a planning matter.
But the planning matter is exactly what concerned me the first time around, and I want to ask a question to Michael Spooner if I can. What I don't understand is when we have a new development, which I assume is going to be worth about £10 million on completion, why we aren't looking at using that to get a responsible landlord to surely look at that income coming in to get improvements for everybody in the building. Now, if I look at the options for the list under lift viability, 414 onwards, it would seem to me that the obvious thing, and we've done it on loads of very similar council blocks, would have been to put a lift in at the front to create level access on all the floors for all of the residents, and also then making the new flats on the top floor basically more accessible and more saleable or more rentable. And I just do not understand why that hasn't happened. Now, from what you said, Michael, I understand you think that is completely possible, and there's no way, I'm afraid, because what is said in this report is, well, we don't think it looks very nice, and therefore we haven't tested the viability of it. Well, that to me, I'm afraid, as a committee member, is completely unacceptable. And I cannot vote for these recommendations if, Michael, you tell me it's perfectly possible to put a lift out the front, as we've done on lots of council-owned blocks.
Yeah, I'm very confident that just with, maybe it's a case of resource for the architects. They need a bit more resource to look into it in detail. And with landscape design, I'm very confident that you could, that rubbish chute is redundant by the applicant's own admission. It's insufficient, that a lift could not be put in place and address all sorts of security and access issues and be done in a style that's sympathetic to the development. And that probably means losing the pitched roof as well. It's not my place to sort of step in and say how it should be designed, but I just don't think it's been explored fully, and that's why I'm, sorry, a bit frustrated.
Louise, could we go through again why your analysis is that the front is not capable of having a lift?
Yep, we can. Again, because it's mostly a design issue, I think Matt's probably the best person to address the possibility of a lift on the front.
Yeah, so as we referenced earlier on, there was a few locations that we looked at which included the front, and from a design perspective, we were supportive of adding projecting lift shafts on the front of the buildings. We felt that that would compromise the overall sort of composition and quality and character of the building. It'd be too dominant and overbearing within the street scene. So we didn't think that was an appropriate location on the design front.
Okay. Sorry, Louise.
Can I just add? It is just difficult. Obviously, it is a design issue, but because it's an extension, it is difficult to require in policy terms a lift to service all of the existing units, because there isn't currently one in the building, and it is new units on the top floor.
Okay, so the recommendation, if we've all asked, is to grant planning permission subject to conditions and legal agreement. All those in favour, please show. Okay, I'll go through. So I'm in favour. Councillor Hanson?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Against?
Susan is here. Michael?
I'm abstaining on this one.
Peter?
Against.
Claire?
Abstain.
Steve?
For.
Anna? Anna, are you here?
Yeah. I'm against it.
Okay. So I think, what was the score? What was the result?
Hang on. Okay, Chair, I'm going to go through. I have, according to my list here, I have 2 councillors for, yourself and Councillor Race. I have Councillor Levy and Councillor Potter abstaining. And I have Councillor Hanson, Councillor Snell and Councillor Lynch against.
Thank you, that's lost. Okay. Item 9, 73 Clapton Common, please.
Sorry, Chair, before we move on, I think we need a reason.
Add the reasons.
Oh, we do need a reason. Yes, okay. Right, okay, those members who voted against, could they give their reasons, please? Councillor Snell.
Unmute yourself, Peter. You're muted. Peter, you're muted.
Okay, I did not think adequate justification was given for the inadequacy of the access arrangements for the new flats.
Thank you. Anna?
I think it's the lack of access. I think the design and also around the potential for management of waste from this development as well.
And who was the third person?
Me.
Katie.
Unsuitability of family accommodation up 6 flights of stairs, and inadequate waste storage arrangements.
Thank you very much. Will that satisfy Natalie? Can you make something of that?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, so I've made notes and we'll...
Chair, I'm sorry, I've got one more as well, which is I wasn't convinced about the matching bricks. I think unless they can get a perfect match. A contrasting material would be better. But that's a secondary reason. My main reason is pushing family accommodation up 6 flights of stairs just makes no sense.
And I'd also like us to look, sorry to Natalie to come in. I mean, they've never given us any proper reassurance that the works can be done safely with the existing residents in place. I don't know how, I mean, failure to submit the construction plan, but
that's a planning issue.
You think we can't do that under planning issues? Okay, fair enough.
Let's not make it more, let's stick with what you've got.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Right, so item 8 has been withdrawn. 73 Clapton Common.
Hello. Let me present.
So we've got Tom Stebbing here. We've got nobody against. And
That's correct.
Fabian, please. Yes, Tom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah? And can you see that? Yep. Do you want me to carry on?
Yes, sorry. No,
Yeah,
no.
That's fine, that's fine.
Yes, please. Yes. Sorry.
This is item 9.
Still a bit short.
For Clapton Common, which is the former Swan Hotel. And this came to committee in April 2018 for the redevelopment of the site, provide a 3-story synagogue, and as part of the permission, a condition was added which required details of the materials to be submitted and come back to committee. This is where the site is. It's facing Clapton Common and Braden Road, and opposite, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but Clapton Terrace is to the, I think it's the north, which is of heritage interest. The site is not in a heritage area or conservation area itself. The actual submission is for a number of conditions, as you can see, 3 to 28, more or less. But condition 3 was, and that's a note to members, condition 3 was required to come back to committee, but the rest weren't. So the material in submission is predominantly pertains to condition 3. Here are the materials. So externally, mostly natural limestone cladding with aluminium for fixtures and finishes to windows and things like that. Part of the submission and what was brought up in the initial application was a large decorative screen to Braden Road, which is the broad side of the building. And that, as you can see here, there's some photos, but also Matt, our design officer, went and viewed a one-to-one mock-up on site, which you can see the photos there. There's boundary wall detail, so this is the opposite side, which abuts the dwelling, is predominantly limestone. And I think there's a recommendation in some of the earlier design commentary about articulating with slot windows, which detail has been provided and is shown in that detailed section. And I think lastly, there's the front elevation of the building. There's a requirement to provide an example of the scripture and a translation of the scripture that is proposed to be on the outside of the building. And our recommendation is to approve all the conditions.
Thank you very much. Tom, would you like to say anything?
You're on mute, Tom.
You're on mute, Tom.
Someone muted me.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Tom Stebbing from John Stebbing Architects. I'm attending this meeting mainly to answer technical questions, but I just wanted to say 3 things very quickly. One, thank you for asking the applicant to prepare a one-to-one mock-up. It's generated a great deal of excitement within the community, and it's a tangible thing they can begin to understand, as opposed to just taking the architect's word for it. Having said that, can I suggest in future that you word these conditions slightly differently? The applicant is aware that other major schemes are required to prepare one-to-one mock-ups for approval, but this is A, normally dealt with under delegated powers, and B, it's normally a pre-demolition requirement rather than pre-commencement. Take East Road, for example, that you approved this evening. It would make procuring these one-to-one samples much easier if we were able to make it part of a building contract. When the time frame for determination is uncertain, however, it's really difficult to get a contract in place without exposing the applicant to great risk in terms of time delays. In this case, the applicant is a charity, and we submitted this application in November. An even better idea would be if you required one-to-one mock-ups to be approved before any development occurs above ground. And then finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the officers for all their efforts during these very strange times. Lines of communication have remained open at all times, and we're very grateful for that. And also to the committee for their effort during these meetings virtually. Many other authorities we work with have literally ground to a halt since March, April. As always, on long committee nights like this, your commitment to Hackney's built environment never ceases to amaze me.
Thank you. Make sure we minute that. Tom, the reason we wanted to do this was because it is pretty unique sort of materials and cladding that you're introducing. So thank you for the advice, and I'll leave that to others to mull over. Are there any, can we have the pictures up again? Can we see them before we make a decision on them?
I have a question, Chair.
Of course. Oh, sorry, okay.
I'm not at all against this extract of scripture in Hebrew on the front elevation, and thank you for providing the translation. I just wondered whether having a giant 45 on a building whose address is 33 is going to cause confusion. I realise it's a reference to 45th Street in New York, but I doubt many people walking past or delivering post would know that.
It's their name.
This grouping. I get that.
They're fob off 45.
No, I do understand that. But does that mean they have to have a giant 45 on a building whose address is 33? I just wondered what the
I'm not sure that's a planning matter.
Well, sometimes we have, don't we have someone who's in charge of naming and numbering of buildings, and they make sure that we don't have buildings with the same name as existing buildings and things to avoid confusion.
Is there a 45 Clapton Common?
I have no idea.
I'm going to Google it.
I'm sure everyone else wants to go to bed too, so I'll
Okay, any more questions? Okay, well, thank you for that, Matt, going up there and checking it all out. It looks splendid. So the recommendation, if there are no more questions, is to approve details. Approval of details not okay. Approve details. All those in favour, please show. So for the record, Vincent is supporting. Katie?
4.
Michael?
4.
Peter?
4.
Claire?
4.
Steve?
4.
And Anna?
4.
Okay, thank you. There is the matter of the minutes. Is it okay if I ask you guys to delegate this to be done by email, and I will write around to you? Christine, can I do that?
I think that'll be perfectly fine.
Okay, I'll have a read of them tomorrow, and I'll write a note. If anybody's got any issues, let me know, and I will sign them virtually or something. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, Chair, delegated decisions.
Delegated to take notice of delegated decisions. These occasions are strange because we don't even have a chat afterwards and network. So we must have a beer when all of this is over sometime. We can't go down the ship. So hope you all get home tonight and no problem. You don't have to go down to Southend. And,
we are at home, Vincent.
Ah, okay. Good night then.
Good night.